Good morning. The Buffalo Bills win their final preseason game of the year on Saturday, 23-19 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To read more on the game, check out Sal Capaccio's Arrow Up, Arrow Down article on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills now have the task of cutting down their 53-man roster to tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. As of now, the Bills roster sits at 83. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reported that the Bills hosted defensive tackle Jordan Phillips for a visit yesterday and expected to sign him to the 53-man roster later this week. Phillips was signed to the Bills roster last season after the Cowboys released him in November. He's played in parts of 5 years for the Bills dating back to 2018. Elsewhere in the NFL, Sports Illustrated John Shipley reported yesterday that the Jacksonville Jaguars are shopping running backs Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby. Etienne was the Jaguars' first-round pick in 2021 and has started for his first 2 seasons. However, he split the backfield last year with Bigsby. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday that the New England Patriots are shopping safety Kyle Duggar. Duggar has played all 5 years of his NFL career with the Patriots and has been a key part of their defense. And in Cleveland, the Browns are expected to give quarterback Shedeur Sanders a roster spot, despite the recent struggles in the preseason. The Browns recently named Joe Flacco the starting quarterback, and head coach Kevin Stefanski is hopeful that Kenny Pickett will be the team's backup despite a recent hamstring injury. In baseball, the New York Yankees snap a 3-game losing streak last night, beating the Boston Red Sox 7-2. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays lost 5-3 to the Miami Marlins. After the weekend, the Red Sox are 5 games back from the Blue Jays for the lead in the AL East, and the Yankees are 5.5 games back. And in golf, Tommy Fleetwood has finally secured his first ever PGA Tour win yesterday, winning the Tour Championship and FedEx Cup. Fleetwood shot 18 under throughout the weekend, beating Russell Henley and Patrick Cantlay by 3 strokes. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sounded like a fun game. Preseason game number 3, a win. I had it up on my phone at the drive-in. Went to the drive-in movies for the first time this summer. So I had it up on my phone. Did see the Shavers catch.
Sweet catch.
Bills beat the Bucks, and now we got one more thing of business to do before we get to the regular season. Got to get that 53-man roster. That's tomorrow at 4 o'clock. It's Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, Jeremy White off today. He'll be back in tomorrow. Good morning. Everybody have a good weekend. It's a nice fall crisp in the air in the morning still.
Yep.
Which is good.
I won another scramble yesterday. It's not a big deal.
Come on, no, you did not.
I swear to God.
You won another scramble?
I won another scramble yesterday.
Where? At your club?
No. It was at 18 Mile Creek, Hamburg.
Okay.
Got invited by a couple of my friends from high school. They were like, "We want to win this tournament, so we need you to come play."
Wow. Get the championship DNA on the team?
Pretty much, yeah. So we went 13 under, and we won.
Good for you. Good for you. Josh saw Everton finally win a game.
Oh,
I said finally. Finally. It was the second game of the season.
Their first 2 goals in the new stadium, first win in the new stadium, and Tommy Fleetwood gets a win. Coincidence?
Wow.
I think not.
Because he's
an Everton fan?
He is. Big time. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
You're saying that inspired him to win his first PGA tournament ever?
The people are saying.
I have a quick golf thing on that. We'll get to the Bills. A lot to get to on the Bills. I want to ask about the Ravens game also, because I've had a couple people recently say the exact same thing to me about the Bills-Ravens game.
Okay.
The FedEx Cup playoffs, Tommy
Didn't
Fleetwood
really feel like playoffs.
won he won the Tour Championship.
Yes.
I recognize that, and I know they did away with the, hey, if you are number 1 in points in the FedEx Cup playoff, you start the Tour Championship 7 under.
Yeah.
And if you are, in 20th place, you start 3 over, so on and so forth. But that got, they got rid of that.
Yep.
And they go into this tournament and everybody's just playing clean right from the start. So he wins the whole thing over Scheffler?
It looks like that, yeah.
Even though Scheffler had more points, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I
thought
don't
Scheffler
know.
had more points.
It's confusing. I'm pretty sure Scotty won the season long, and Tommy Fleetwood won the Tour Championship.
I believe Scheffler was asked about this sort of exact situation before the tournament.
Yeah.
He was asked by a reporter, like, do you think this is right that somebody can come win this tournament after not really doing anything all year? And the reporter actually said, like, we could have Patrick Cantlay win the championship. Does that feel right to you? And Scheffler's like, whoa, we're saying names now? And like, but that was the basis of the question.
That's the name I would have said.
Right.
So.
I mean,
Patrick Cantlay.
He was kind of asked about it and had to give a diplomatic answer, but I think he was like, I kind of think that's lame.
Yeah.
I dominated this year.
I'll say this.
He won 3 tournaments during this, what they would call the FedEx Cup playoffs, which I don't think golf has figured it out at all.
No.
And I don't think their previous incarnations of it really figured it out either. I actually liked what you mentioned to Brian last week about like a match play bracket.
It almost has to be that.
That's the only way you could do it. Because
Yeah.
this is, hey, we have this point system, and hey,
But that goes
Scheffler-
out the window the
Right.
second the last tournament here comes.
Right,
Yeah, it makes
Scotty
sense.
Scheffler. Imagine you're in a golf tournament it's a month long, and with 1 week to go, you are 1,000 points ahead. No matter what the thing is, you got 1,000 more points than anybody else. And hey, going into the championship, everybody gets wiped clean. Everybody goes to 0, and we're just playing the top 30 are in the tournament, and that's
weird.
it.
It's weird. And the thing I'll say about this too is, I think Liv has probably has a better setup, even though like
Wow, it's theirs. I'm not even familiar.
okay, so theirs was the final week, the final tournament of the season. Mm-hmm. John Rahm loses in a playoff, but wins the season-long championship, and some other guy wins the Liv whatever event it was.
Mm-hmm.
So at least at that moment, there was still the celebration for the guy that won the tournament, but the main celebration was, John Rahm, you just won the season-long race, even though he had not won a single Liv event.
Gotcha. I think that's probably why they did what they did.
But
is
he
they
accumulated
didn't-
the most points over the course of the year.
Yeah.
So-
But that's why they didn't do this, right? They didn't want Scheffler to win the FedEx Cup and have Fleetwood win the Tour Championship and have... I think it would be more about the shine off of Scheffler's win. Because, not that nobody would care about it, but I don't think anybody would care about the FedEx Cup. If, hey, Tommy Fleetwood just won the Tour Championship, his first ever win.
Yeah, it's got to be
What are
match
people
play.
going to care more about
gotta
at
be
the
match
end
play.
there? So,
You get seeded based on your FedEx Cup points.
gotcha.
And then over, 4 days or 2 weeks, maybe a guy gets... Maybe the top 2 seeds don't play in the first weekend, and it's the second weekend that they... Yeah. I don't know, but I'll tell you...
I like that. I mean, we're definitely throwing everything. I mean, I could still do the Tour Championship as a standalone tournament.
Yeah.
And figure out a way to do this also. But yeah, I think a playoff in golf, just do that. Do a bracket, do a match play.
It kind of seems like they just have to do that. Yeah, because, I mean, if we're sitting here... I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a casual golf fan. I watch golf every week, and I don't understand it.
The FedEx Cup.
No.
Our buddy Jeff Meadis from Tee to Green just texted in, and from Golf Dojo, Scotty gets extra cash for winning year long. Based on points at the end, big money. So he gets that at least.
Yeah, but there's really no recognition. I mean,
he
there
doesn't
is.
get the trophy, but I mean, can you tell me the prestige of the FedEx Cup? I know they would like it to be prestigious, but can you name me a single winner from before this year? Like knowing the year, I'm sure we could name guys who won. I remember Tiger winning I'm pretty sure of this. I remember Tiger winning it the first year they did it.
Yeah,
and I don't remember ever thinking about it after that.
I remember
until yesterday.
Rory hitting a pretty crazy shot a couple of years ago on 18 to win over Tiger. Was it 2019? No, 2018 maybe?
I have no recollection of that.
I think Victor Hovland won it 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Tiger won the first one in 2007. He won it again in 2009. That's the year you were just referencing.
No, I think it was late. It was late in Tiger's career where Tiger was in it at East Lake, but I think lost to Rory.
2012. Rory won in 2016.
Okay.
Rory won in 2019.
That's
Rory
the year.
won in 2022.
2019 was the year that he beat Tiger.
I think that's the year. Tiger won the Tour Championship going into his Masters win. So maybe I'm a year off on that one, but match play. Do it. Match play. And now we got the Ryder Cup in a month.
We do have the Ryder Cup.
Which, if we care at all about this, Keegan Bradley, did you see his dilemma is he's got to decide whether he puts himself on the team.
Yeah.
He's the captain. He's been playing really well. What did he finish? 5th yesterday. He was in the top 10.
He was scaring it on Sunday. I was paying attention. I kept kind of loading the leaderboard as we were playing golf just to kind of see where things were. And Keegan, for a minute there, I think got to 15 or 16 under, and I was like, man, if Keegan wins, he has to. I mean, he has to put himself in. I still think he's got to put himself in over Colin Morikawa. I mean, Morikawa hasn't played well this year.
Yeah,
he's up there, and so I mean, they have to pick some guys that are just the names for political reasons. But like, I have zero interest in seeing Patrick Cantlay play. I don't need to see Patrick Cantlay on that team.
I think there is not a golfer I enjoy watching less than he's so
There's nothing
slow.
about him that
sometimes
I enjoy.
it's you. Sometimes you think he's kidding with how slow he is. It looked like at one point yesterday because they got the final group yesterday in the Tour Championship was Fleetwood and Cantlay, and at one point they got a warning from the rules official about pace of play, and after that warning was given, it looked like Fleetwood was kind of, not happy about getting the warning, or maybe wasn't happy at Cantlay.
I would think that,
because he seemed to be playing perfectly fine pace, like 2 practice swings, walk up and hit it on a lot of them. And he kind of like was throwing his arms up in the air like a little bit from behind. Couldn't tell what he was saying, but I wanted to imagine he was saying, "This is your fault.
Right.
It's your fault, buddy. I'm not doing this. This is your problem." So anyways, Fleetwood wins Tour Championship, his first win ever. Didn't need him getting some confidence going into the Ryder Cup, but that's fine. That's fine.
That's
we all like him.
After my scramble yesterday, we were all watching at the bar, and my whole thought was, I really want Tommy Fleetwood to win. He feels like golf's good guy. Like they're showing it on ESPN right now, and they're just showing tweets from LeBron, Caitlin Clark, like today's the day. Like, oh man, it felt like his win, the monkey off of Tommy Fleetwood's back sort of felt like the collective golf fans monkey off the, because he is a very, very likable player. It's not just by fans, but by his peers. Like a very likable player.
Who gets that next in sports? Who's the next that when he's winning, it's everybody knows, like, this is, like, this person's coronation. Like, he's been...
Josh Allen, probably.
Right. Like, that is I think, the obvious two. The guy that he wins it, and you got LeBron tweeting about it, and you mentioned Caitlin Clark was tweeting about it, and whoever. Lionel Messi is tweeting about it, and, like, everybody from the world of sports that's unconnected to this person is going to be coming out of the woodwork to be like, congratulations to this guy, because that's how big it is. That was Fleetwood. It's not even a major yesterday. It's just he had never won on the PGA at all. And you're right. Allen is going to get that if he wins immediately. Him and Lamar, right? Like him and Lamar are both going to get that level of treatment.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I would say here's the difference between Lamar and Josh is Lamar hasn't had that many heartbreaking moments where he is...
What, like Fleetwood had those.
Like Fleetwood's had heartbreaking, played great for 71 holes.
I think he had 3 2-shot leads in the last month and a half.
And it hasn't gone his way. Now, I'm thinking about... I don't know if it was like the Byron Nelson or like one of those... Yeah. And he loses to Keegan Bradley. And Keegan hits just 2 unbelievable shots. The approach and then the putt, and like on like a something like that, to me, it would be more reminiscent of what Josh has been through than Lamar.
Yeah,
Lamar's lost in 1 AFC championship game, right? That's it.
Yep.
And every other one, he hasn't even really gotten there. And the games that he has played, he hasn't played well in. So that's why, to me, I feel like the next sports person to get over the hump, that you would feel the same way you do about like a Tommy Fleetwood, I think would be Josh Allen.
Who's after that? Or would it be a team? Like, this is not going to be for North American sports, but, like, I imagine if Tottenham ever wins something, like, it'll be...
Are they lovable like
Nah,
that?
maybe not, but it will be the same level of, oh, they finally did it.
Who's the lovable
finally
losers,
did it.
though? Like, who's the lovable losers?
The Lions.
The Lions.
The Lions will get that as a team.
Yes.
Right? Dan Campbell. If they were to win it, I think they would get that.
Agreed.
Yeah, how many individuals are left? Like, we've checked a couple off this year, and they've both been in golf, right? Rory winning the Masters,
right,
and then Fleetwood winning a tournament. Like a lot of the other ones, the Cubs finally won the World Series. The Red Sox won the World Series. Now that's way back. So baseball doesn't really have that story
baseball,
left.
No.
That I know of.
Basketball.
The city of Cleveland finally winning a championship. Like, that ended that one.
Yeah. What about the Knicks?
Are the Knicks... To your question about Tottenham, about are they lovable, I'll ask the same question about the Knicks. Are they lovable?
Well, I mean, I love them.
I think this is the most likable they could be. How about that?
Yeah.
Jalen
Sabres?
Brunson does that. Yeah, okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, but like they haven't knocked on any door.
No, they haven't. They have not.
They've been knocking on the doggy door, but it hasn't been the full size door.
Yeah, no, that's not. No, that would be like if, hey guys, let me pick a guy here. Again, I want a guy that's like really low in the rankings here. Hey guys, Matt McCarthy finally won a PGA event. Let's go. All that heartbreak. He came so close that one time. I don't know. Like, in the world of hockey, you would get that treatment, right? Like, good for them. A golf clap, good for them. Absolutely. I think if the Sabres were to make the playoffs. Ned in Amherst has got an idea for this. What's up, Ned? Ned, you there?
First to come to mind. You got me?
Yeah, go ahead. You're there.
Josh Allen was the first to come to mind, but second was Connor McDavid just finally getting over the finish line. Thinking about Caitlin Clark and LeBron coming out and kind of coronating him as the next great. And then quickly, I think someone the other day was saying Cole Bishop just do something during one of these games to kind of shut us up about you. Mm-hmm. It might have been Nate. And I think finally we got that where it's like, okay, you made your splash play. Now we maybe still have to worry a little bit, but feel a little bit better about that safety position next to Taylor Rapp after Saturday.
Yeah. Thanks, Ned. We're going to get to that.
And it wasn't even a splash play. It was just a play. It was just not even technically on the score sheet as a tackle or a pass breakup. Mm-hmm. But you were like, okay, fine. You're like, oh, thank God. He did something.
Yeah. He had another play. The one that I think he's referencing is when he flies up on 3rd and 10
and hits the receiver.
Drills the guy in the back.
Terrible throw. But
Carl Jones tweeted out a video of him making a run stop where he kind of came into the box as like he's playing next to the linebackers and he dives inside of like Epinesa and makes the run stop at the line of scrimmage like he's Matt Milano. So there was a nice play there too for him. We'll see. I mean, it's still the Bucs backups and he's playing around backups, so but better to see that than I think what you saw the week before. Yeah, when we had a similar conversation about like who needs to win it next, which is a little different than I think what we're doing here. This is more like who do you feel good for winning it next? McDavid, I think, is on that list for sure. It might be dependent though on how he does it. Because if he does it in Edmonton, I think he absolutely will get that.
Agreed.
If he leaves and goes and wins in, like, Tampa, then I think the feeling might be a little bit different. Maybe, if he goes and does it, like, somewhere else. Which, by the way, I'm thinking about. He still hasn't signed a contract. He's been eligible for 2 months. So, anyways, Tommy Fleetwood. He wins the tournament, the Tour Championship yesterday. First PGA win, and next up for golf is the Ryder Cup in a little over a month. So Ned mentions Cole Bishop there, preseason game, number 3 in the books. Now we roll off to the 53-man roster. And really, isn't Bishop the only thing you could really take away from that game? Maybe 2 things. 2 things that are meaningful for the season. Because everything else, I think, is just about, hey, who makes the 53-man roster? That everything else is in relation to who makes the team. The 2 things that happened in that game, 2 plays that happened in that game that are separate from that, because they're guys that are going to make the team. One is those Bishop plays.
Yep.
Bishop looking strong. And the other is, man, I hope Deion Walker can translate to the NFL because there is some talent there.
There is some
Holy
stuff
cow.
there. It was a fantastic performance. I think he ended up with 4 tackles, half a sack in a TFL, and like it was obviously some of the. You could look at the score sheet in the box score and looked at him and say, okay, he had a very nice game. But if you watched early in that game, him absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage. We've all been looking for a large human in the middle of the defense. I'll take that from our buddy Greg Thompson, who got a number 96 large human jersey.
Like it says large human
yes,
on the back?
on the back, yeah. And I think like what we've needed is a dominating force that's large in the middle, one tech that can run, defend, but gives you some pass rush ability. He's a pass rusher that they're going to try to develop into a guy that can be a sturdy run defender. I feel like that's really hard to come by somebody his size. He is a good pass rusher in the middle.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited. And, I know TJ Sanders didn't maybe make some of the splash plays that you saw Deion Walker make on Saturday night, but he also, I thought, had a good preseason. I am very interested. You mentioned Walker and then Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
I also left Saturday's game thinking like Shane Bichelle should probably be their practice squad quarterback.
Aren't they going to find a way to keep all 4?
I don't
is
think so.
Trubisky going to be in the active roster? Won't they get White and Buechele to the practice squad?
I don't think
That's what they did last year.
Did they have 2 guys?
I think they had both all year on the practice squad.
Did they?
I'll check. Mike White was here, right?
Mike White was here. Shane Bichelle was on the IR last year.
That could be the difference.
He was not on practice squad last year. I think he beat out Mike White yesterday.
Maybe that could be right. Yeah, I'm not. If Mike White's not going to be the backup, I'm not really worried about whether he's on the practice squad or not. I guess.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
Because I think you get down to your third string quarterback. Your third string quarterback is Josh's assistant in some ways.
Yes.
Right. Because if you ever got to get down to, hey, we've got to play our third. You're signing Tannehill or you're signing somebody off the street to play a couple games. I think before you're trusting that guy for the long term. So, but he did have a nice game. Frank Gore Jr. I think had another nice game.
Yep.
But as I always caution people, running backs almost always look good. Running backs, isn't the preseason the greatest defense for running backs are as replaceable as any position in the sport, and that's why they don't get paid? The guy that is Travion Young, the name of the running back the Bills signed on like Thursday, and then he played against the Bucs, and then they cut him already.
Yeah, and then they had
he got the ball in his first snap, and he's like, this guy made a guy miss, and he looked good. But that's running backs. You just sign a guy off the street, not even for your team, for the preseason.
Right.
And like, oh, that guy's got some juice.
Just so that Frank Gore doesn't have to tote the rock every single play.
Right. Just there are, not to take all credit away from all running backs, but there are 9,000 running backs.
Yeah, there are
in the world that I feel like can do things.
Very few truly elite ones, but then like the group that is just like present, it's probably the one position that's I don't mean
just
to say
give
it this
them
way,
the rock.
Not easy to play, but it just is like
I think you could say it.
Yeah.
In comparison to the other positions, easier to play. I think like if we were going to have a debate about what the hardest position to play is, I don't think we would mention it. I don't think we would bring it up.
Yeah, that's right.
803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get to Tyrell Shavers and his catch that made the rounds, which might have made it even harder to get him to the practice squad, so they might have an even tougher decision because nobody missed him now. Like that touchdown went, as viral as a preseason play
Touchdown
can go. It did do that on Saturday.
And I'm wondering, are we now on Dwayne Carter watch?
Maybe their third-round pick from last year. That could be a bubble guy. We'll see. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock for the 53-man roster, we'll ask Sal his thoughts on where that stands and how a reported reunion with Jordan Phillips again, I believe this will be his 4th stint with the Bills. That was reported by Tom Pelissero last night, how that affects the roster and Dwayne Carter and the numbers there. The suspended guys play into that as well. So there's a lot to figure out about what the Bills roster will look like. We have a little bit more on the Tre'Davious White injury. So I want to talk about their defense now as a whole, what they look like at corner. And now that the preseason's over, I mean, Not as much just in relation to what the roster will look like at the end, but what it does to their chances against Baltimore in week 1. We could start putting injuries into perspective of what does this do to your confidence in week 1.
Also, Dane Jackson playing into the fourth quarter.
That's another part of the equation on corner. I would have thought he's the next man up,
Same.
but he's also out there right in the fourth preseason
Which I don't
game,
think
so
I don't think you're doing if he's your next man up.
maybe. So we'll get into that as well. Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary is in today. Jeremy White is off today. Some college football over the weekend as well. A lot to get to here on a beautiful Monday morning here on WGR. Now we get the Ryder Cup in a month.
We do have the Ryder Cup.
Which, if we care at all about this, Keegan Bradley, did you see his dilemma is he's got to decide whether he puts
wants to
himself
play
on the team.
Yeah.
He's the captain. He's been playing really well. What did he finish? 5th yesterday. He was in the top 10.
He was scaring it on Sunday. I was paying attention. I kept kind of loading the leaderboard as we were playing golf just to kind of see where things were. And Keegan, for a minute there, I think got to 15 or 16 under, and I was like, man, if Keegan wins, he has to. I mean, he has to put himself in. I still think he's got to put himself in over Colin Morikawa. I mean, Morikawa hasn't played well this year.
Yeah,
he's up there, and so I mean, they have to pick some guys that are just the names for political reasons. But like, I have zero interest in seeing Patrick Cantlay play. I don't need to see Patrick Cantlay on that team.
I think there is not a golfer I enjoy watching less than he's so
There's nothing
slow.
about him that
Sometimes
I enjoy.
it's you. Sometimes you think he's kidding with how slow he is. Preseason game. Number 3 in the books. Now we roll off to the 53-man roster. And really, isn't Bishop the only thing you could really take away from that game? Maybe 2 things. 2 things that are meaningful for the season. Because everything else, I think, is just about, hey, who makes the 53-man roster? That everything else is in relation to who makes the team. The 2 things that happened in that game, 2 plays that happened in that game that are separate from that, because they're guys that are going to make the team. One is those Bishop plays.
Yep.
Bishop looking strong. And the other is, man, I hope Deion Walker can translate to the NFL because there is some talent there.
There is some stuff there. It was a fantastic performance. I think he ended up with 4 tackles, half a sack, and a TFL. And like, it was obviously some of the. You could look at the score sheet in the box score and looked at him and say, okay, he had a very nice game. But if you watched early in that game, him absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage. We've all been looking for a large human in the middle of the defense. I'll take that from our buddy Greg Thompson, who got a number 96 large human jersey.
Like it says large human
yes,
on the back?
on the back, yeah. And I think like what we've needed is a dominating force that's large in the middle, one tech that can run, defend, but gives you some pass rush ability. He's a pass rusher that they're going to try to develop into a guy that can be a sturdy run defender. I feel like that's really hard to come by somebody his size. He is a good pass rusher in the middle.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited. And, I know TJ Sanders didn't maybe make some of the splash plays that you saw Deion Walker make on Saturday night, but he also, I thought, had a good preseason. I am very interested. You mentioned Walker and then Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
I also left Saturday's game thinking like Shane Bichelle should probably be their practice squad quarterback.
The Bills won their final preseason game on Saturday, 23-19 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To read more on the game, check out Sal Capaccio's Arrow Up, Arrow Down article on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills now have the task of cutting down to their 53-man roster by tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. As of now, the Bills roster sits at 83. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reported that the Bills have hosted defensive tackle Jordan Phillips for a visit and are expected to sign him to the 53-man roster later this week. Phillips was signed to the Bills roster last season after the Cowboys released him in November, and he's played parts of 5 years for the Bills, dating back to 2018. Elsewhere in the NFL, Sports Illustrated's John Shipley reported yesterday that the Jacksonville Jaguars are shopping running backs Travis Etienne Jr. and Tank Bigsby. Etienne was the Jaguars' first-round pick in 2021 and started for 2 seasons. However, he split last year in the backfield with Bigsby. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday that the New England Patriots are shopping safety Kyle Duggar. Duggar played all 5 years of his NFL career so far with the New England Patriots as a key piece of their defense. In baseball, the Yankees snap a 3-game losing streak, beating the Red Sox last night 7-2, and the Blue Jays fall to the Marlins 5-3. After the weekend, the Sox and the Yankees are 5 and 5.5 games back, respectively, on the Blue Jays for the lead in the AL East. And Tommy Fleetwood gets his first ever PGA Tour win yesterday by winning the Tour Championship and FedEx Cup. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
You told me on Thursday that you had dreamt about making this the Tour Championship and therefore the FedEx Cup your first PGA Tour win. 164 starts, 30 top 5 finishes. How does the reality of this moment, Tommy, compare to the idea?
Well, I think I'm proud of what I've done before. Whether I've won or not, I've still been proud of my career and where I've been so far, knowing that I still have a long way to go and a lot to learn. And this doesn't change that, really. This is just hopefully one win, the first of many to come. You can't win plenty if you don't win the first one. And I'm just so happy that I got it done and happy with my work ethic, and I'll continue to try and get better and try and be the best I can be.
Tommy Fleetwood, fresh off his first PGA win, the Tour Championship. He had another good quote. The other one, be a good person first, golfer second. Overall, good guy.
Yes,
although
one of golf's good guys.
I was hoping for a little more emotion when he won.
Like a Rory,
he looked like a business meeting,
but
type feel when he won. Right, Rory dropping to his knees. It's not a major, but isn't this kind of his major?
Yeah, I guess.
Like getting one win. Like, come on, guy, one win. And he just looked like, oh, cool, that was nice. After he won it, went right to the handshake, which is fine. Some people celebrate in that way. Some people celebrate in other ways. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sal coming up at 8, and Evan Lazar coming up at 8:30. 14 teams in 14 days continues. We'll do New England next. So Evan will join us coming up at 8:30 on the Patriots. The preseason finale featured the one-handed touchdown catch by Tyrell Shavers. And I saw a collective from everybody on Twitter immediately saying, okay, he just made the team with that catch. Did you think the same thing? He made the team the second he made that catch.
I think that if that's what you think, that he probably already made the team before that catch. But it was definitely he can do that kind of moment. And right now, with the conversations being had about, Elijah Moore and about Curtis Samuel and what the wide receiver room is going to look like in a couple of days, I think it probably went a long way into if he was on the bubble, I feel like that was enough to get him over the hump.
What are we hoping to have happen here with him? Like, are people expecting that he's going to make the team and then he's going to play and then he's going to do what? Like, do we think that there's a belief out there that he can do what Mac Hollins did last year?
I think.
Let me put the stat line in front of you, and you tell me if this is the ceiling, if it's beyond the ceiling. This is not possible for him.
Sure.
Or even if you think it's likely. I don't think anyone would think this is likely. But 31 catches, 378 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Would that be?
I think not likely, but I think
crazy
if he played the same amount of snaps.
But that's the the problem, right?
I think so.
I think if I read off 31 catches, 378 yards, you might go, well, it's not. He could do that. He could have 31 catches and 378 yards. I think that might be the absolute peak.
Yeah, I would agree.
But
I would agree that it's the peak.
Him playing 70% of the snaps in order to get there.
Is that what Matt Collins played?
Matt Collins last year played 66%. He played 721 snaps.
I would be very surprised if he plays that.
Oh, I'd be stunned.
I'd be very surprised.
I would think there were a lot of injuries if he played that much. So, with that being said, I don't believe that he can do what Matt Collins did last year. Even though the Matt Collins stat line really at the end of the day doesn't look that strong. Like it's less than 400 yards. I guess if Shavers put together a couple of giant plays, right? Last year he averaged, he had 170 yard. Really, he had, 25%, 30% of the yardage Matt Collins did, but he did it on one play.
Yeah, he averaged 70 yards a game.
Because that's all he had.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, what are we hoping to have happen here? Just that he's on the team? Do people believe that he's got more in there? He's not this young, developmental player. Maybe developmental, you could still argue. But like he's the same age as Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
He's older. He's the same age as Gabe Davis. He's older than Josh Palmer.
Yep.
So he's been battling to be an NFL player for multiple seasons. It'd be a great story. He'd be a depth guy, practice squad, or more than that, probably special teams and whatnot. But I'm just wondering if there are those out there that think there is more in there, that he's a real NFL productive wide receiver.
I think they're not keeping him if they don't think he can be. He doesn't make the 50. If they don't think he can be at least what they had in Matt Collins, I don't think they would keep him.
You think they think he could be Matt Collins?
Yes.
I bet Matt Collins played a lot of snaps last year.
He did, but I also think a lot of it was because of the injury that Keon Coleman got.
Yep.
I think if Keon's fully healthy all year, doesn't miss games, that 66% of the snaps is probably more like 45% of the snaps. And
Cooper, remember, because Cooper got traded for and then immediately got hurt.
Yep.
And then he either missed a game or was on a limited snap count, and that impacted him as well. So Hollins, the game that he plays the least last year was the Seattle game. Mm-hmm. And that's the big Coleman game.
And that's when you have a healthy... That's the game that Cooper got hurt in.
No, Cooper got hurt oh, no, you're right. He did. Yeah, that's right. I thought he didn't play that game, but he did, and he got hurt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, on a target. So Cooper gets hurt in that game eventually. But
you have a healthy Cooper in that game and a healthy Keon Coleman,
and
which you didn't basically get until week 16.
Right.
Again.
And they're starting the game with Coleman and Cooper all right, here we go. These are our two outside perimeter receivers, and Hollins is the backup. And that's probably where they want Shavers to slide in, is that Palmer's going to be their perimeter guy that's off the line, and Coleman's right on it. And they're hoping Shavers can be... Maybe what Shavers did yesterday, on Saturday, if anything, is tell the Bills, hey, you don't need Gabe Davis. You don't need to bring Gabe. I'm good. I got this. I can play special teams.
He can't.
Look at this catch I can make. I'm big. I've got some yak ability.
Yep.
Right? Took it to the house against New England last year. I've been working my butt off for 3 years. You don't need Gabe Davis.
I definitely agree with that.
Maybe he did that.
That was if there was a statement made, I think that was definitely the statement.
But I am not thinking about him making a big impact on the receiving corps.
I'm not either.
The only way that he would have a path to that is if Coleman either gets injured or flames out. Because that's his role. His role is your Keon Coleman's backup. And if he wants to get involved in the offense, he needs something to happen to Coleman. And
More than likely.
And that doesn't have to just be injury. It could be him just stinking up the joint.
Yep.
But
I would be surprised, but yeah.
The way camp has sounded so far, that does seem like a surprise. Other takeaways from Saturday's game in the 53-man roster. So Jordan, this isn't from the game, but there's a report that Jordan Phillips is going to sign back with the Bills. And
with the intent to be on the 53-man roster, not the practice squad, was the report I saw.
Right.
I think it was Ryan Talbot that had that.
Yeah. Suspension fill-ins? Suspension fill-in?
We talked about Ogunjobi on Friday. We both kind of left thinking, I think he's probably gone, if not right away, right when he's eligible to get back from suspension. And I think it was Sal.
Right.
And maybe we'll see if Sal was able to find out the language around
what they actually
suspension.
save.
If he's on the 53-man roster to start week 1, then his base salary becomes guaranteed.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that happens if he's suspended or if,
right.
So I have thought really long and hard that, like, Ogunjobi's not making the team. He didn't play in the preseason.
Right.
And Michael Hoyt, the other guy getting suspended,
He looked good again on Saturday.
played a ton.
Yeah.
So if we're just going off of that alone, it was, to me, not a good sign that Ogunjobi wasn't playing at all. When you're like, hey, you're going to miss 6 weeks, we're going to get you geared up and ready to play, so that, when you are back from suspension, you can hit the ground running. That never happened. And Dwayne Carter was out there late in that game. Late. And he's been really, frankly, invisible when he's been out there. He just really hasn't made much of an impact. So, to me, the writing on the wall for me is Dwayne Carter, and because I had already thought that Larry Ogunjobi was.
It really, I feel like this is why that position right now, with Phillips on his way, becomes maybe the most interesting position for tomorrow. Because
did it feel like a position that needed a Jordan Phillips? Because I got to be honest, I didn't.
I didn't think so. No, I really didn't. He even said at the end of last year, like, it's Buffalo or bust for me. Like,
yeah.
I'll retire. But that's what I thought would happen. I thought
he was going to retire, yeah.
He looked like a player that, he wasn't terrible, I guess, last year, but he's not somebody that I'm desperate to bring back.
No, I
for any reason.
Yeah.
The reason it's interesting to me, though, is if he replaces almost anybody he would replace would be interesting. Because if it's Larry Ogunjobi, that's, hey, you signed this guy, you wanted this guy, he got suspended, it didn't work out, it's already over. If they cut Dwayne Carter, it's, third-round pick being cut 1 year later. And
it's
the one other name, again, I think there's only 3 names I'm thinking about for this, and the third name's interesting too, is Daquan Jones. Because the Bills saved $5.5 million on their cap if they were to release Daquan Jones. So is this that? Is this Ogunjobi's going to go on the shelf? He'll come back middle of the year. We're going to keep going with Dwayne Carter. We're up against the cap.
Yep.
And, hey, Jordan Phillips will cost us $1 million. And Daquan Jones over here costs us $7 million. And is he 7 times more valuable for us than Phillips is? I think for almost his entire Bills career, and I would have thought still, he's a more all-around good player than Phillips is at that position. But is he worth, is he not worth maybe getting the $5 million back? That's the other player that they could move on from.
Yeah.
So whoever Phillips replaces, I think it's probably interesting for tomorrow. Coming up at 7, I want to get to what the defense is going to look like for week 1. How confident are we in the defense for week 1?
Like, how confident are we that we know the lineup for week 1, or just generally speaking?
More than that. More productivity,
okay.
Confidence that they can slow down Baltimore. They did it in the playoffs, turnovers. Do we think maybe they need turnovers again? The way that their roster might look like.
They're always going to need turnovers
in week 1.
I think their defense is built to get turnovers.
We'll get to that because I think that's true, and I would expect they get them. But I think their offseason was geared towards being good enough on defense that they could not get turnovers in a single game and still manage. And I wonder if that's true, the way that it's going to look like against the Ravens, depending on Trey White, who we got to get more updates on. But we have something on that. We'll get that to you coming up at 7 o'clock. 803-0550, the phone number if you want to get a call in on the way back here on WGR. The preseason finale featured the one-handed touchdown catch by Tyrell Shavers. And I saw a collective from everybody on Twitter immediately saying, okay, he just made the team with that catch. Did you think the same thing? He made the team the second he made that catch.
I think that if that's what you think, that he probably already made the team before that catch. But it was definitely he can do that kind of moment. And right now, with the conversations being had about, Elijah Moore and about Curtis Samuel and what the wide receiver room is going to look like in a couple of days, I think it probably went a long way into if he was on the bubble, I feel like that was enough to get him over the hump.
What are we hoping to have happen here with him? Like, are people expecting that he's going to make the team and then he's going to play and then he's going to do what? Like, do we think that there's a belief out there that he can do what Mac Hollins did last year?
I think.
Which, let me put the stat line in front of you, and you tell me if this is the ceiling, if it's beyond the ceiling. This is not possible for him.
Sure.
Or even if you think it's likely. I don't think anyone would think this is likely. But 31 catches, 378 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Would that be?
I think not likely, but I think
crazy
if he played the same amount of snaps.
There's a report that Jordan Phillips is going to sign back with the Bills. And
with the intent to be on the 53-man roster, not the practice squad, was the report I saw.
Right.
I think it was Ryan Talbot that had that.
Yeah. Suspension fill-ins? Suspension fill-in?
We talked about Ogunjobi on Friday. We both kind of left thinking, I think he's probably gone. If not right away, right when he's eligible to get back from suspension. And I think it was Sal.
Right.
And maybe we'll see if Sal was able to find out the language around
what they actually save.
If he's on the 53-man roster to start week 1, then his base salary becomes guaranteed.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that happens if he's suspended or if, so I have thought really long and hard that, like, Ogunjobi's not making the team. He didn't play in the preseason.
Right.
And Michael Hoyt, the other guy getting suspended,
he looked good again on Saturday.
Played a ton.
Yeah.
So if we're just going off of that alone, it was, to me, not a good sign that Ogunjobi wasn't playing at all. When you're like, hey, you're going to miss 6 weeks. We're going to get you geared up and ready to play so that, when you are back from suspension, you can hit the ground running. That never happened. And Dwayne Carter was out there late in that game. Late. And he's been really, frankly, invisible when he's been out there. He just really hasn't made much of an impact. So, to me, the writing on the wall for me is Dwayne Carter, and because I had already thought that Larry Ogunjobi was.
It really, I feel like this is why that position right now, with Phillips on his way, becomes maybe the most interesting position for tomorrow. Because
did it feel like a position that needed a Jordan Phillips? Because I got to be honest, I didn't.
I didn't think so. No, I really didn't. He even said at the end of last year, like, it's Buffalo or bust for me. Like, I'll retire. But that's what I thought would happen. I thought
he was going to retire. Yeah,
he looked like a player that, he wasn't terrible, I guess, last year, but he's not somebody that I'm desperate to bring back. Welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. This is the Sabre highlight bet, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't heard a Sabres highlight in so long that I'm not sure. That's like Is this what they used in the 90s? I don't know. Sorry.
I don't need to get it.
You don't want to get into
under
it.
a month away from the Sabre preseason, which means we're like 2 weeks from training camp. It sneaks up on you. 803-0550,
Yeah,
the
because
phone
you don't
number.
think about it.
There's a big name player in the NFL that looks like his team's going to look to trade him. Get to that in 1 second. Mike in Tonawanda's got a question first. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. So with this talk right now of possibly trading Dwayne Carter or cutting him, can we officially say that they lost that trade to Kansas City? Because that was a third-round pick. We still don't know about Coleman. We still have a question about him. Worthy seems like a hit for Kansas City right now. If this comes through when they get rid of Carter, can we just count that as a loss right there? Because basically you could have still had Coleman if you stayed put. And maybe Casey still would have got a Worthy, but it wouldn't have been you trading with them, you know? So, I don't know.
Yeah, thanks Mike, for the
Fair
call.
question.
I mean, for me, that trade will always be a loss because I just would never trade with Kansas City.
Dwayne Carter would have had to be, I don't know, really good.
Aaron Donald.
Well,
Sorry, I
He
went
didn't
to the,
have to
I
be
went to
Aaron
the
Donald,
furthest,
but, yeah.
the furthest extreme there. No, it's a loss for me because I did business with Kansas City and I let them get what they wanted.
yeah.
And listen, like, you know, it's not even about Worthy because the Bill. What if they took Coleman?
Yeah.
They could have took Coleman. The Bills knew. I mean, what Bean said after that draft pick was, or that draft night was, they didn't know who the Chiefs wanted. They kind of knew what position. So, if you truly were obsessed with the idea of drafting Keon Coleman that night, I don't think you would have given that
Them
pick
the opportunity
to a
to do it.
team
Yeah.
that you knew wanted a receiver and you didn't know which one. Because that means that it could have been Coleman.
Yeah.
It could have been. So, but they probably had a bunch all in one bucket and thought they're all, maybe they're different body types, but they're similar, caliber of prospects. So if it's Worthy or it's Coleman or it's Lad McConkey, that's the one I'm losing sleep over more now.
I lose sleep over McConkey all the
I'll
time.
say this. I liked Worthy. I liked the idea of picking him, and I wouldn't have done that trade. I'm not losing sleep at night because of Xavier Worthy. I'm losing sleep at night because of Lad McConkey.
Yeah, and I guess we could
Because
all be happy and glad that Kansas City didn't get their hands on Lad McConkey.
Like, I think Worthy's going to be a good player for a long time, and I think Coleman could be a good player for a long time. I think Coleman at least is going to be a role player for a long time. I don't think either one of them are ever going to be like star receivers.
I don't think either one of them will be a number one receiver.
I think McConkey is maybe he's already that.
And
in
probably
1
a top
year.
20 receiver.
And he went one pick after Coleman or 2 picks after Coleman.
Would you say top 20 receiver in the league?
Yes. Today?
I think I would agree.
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 1,200 yards.
Yeah.
And 7 touchdowns.
In a run-first offense.
In a run-first offense in year one.
Yeah.
So, but to your question, like, sure. Because I try not to play that game with trades is what did the picks become at the end? Because then right now I'd be losing sleep that Justin Jefferson isn't a Buffalo Bill,
Well,
right?
of course.
So I try not to play that game. If you want to play that game, then Dwayne Carter through a year isn't helping the Bills' case. Put it that way. Super fast, like 20 seconds. Travis Etienne is looking to be traded by the Jaguars, and the Jaguars look like they're looking to trade him. Not a Bills idea.
No,
at all.
Absolutely not.
Any team come off the top of your head, though, looking
Dolphins.
for running back? Miami. Yeah, they have all the running backs are injured, except for Ollie Gordon. I thought of Kansas City, actually, for him.
Oh.
Because what?
I hate that. Thanks.
Kareem Hunt's their number 2 again? He was almost retired.
Yeah, I hate that. Thanks.
But Etienne's not that good. He can go there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's not at all what, we argued about as a draft prospect 4 years ago.
No.
This dynamic weapon, and you can line up a receiver and running back. And,
He's looked largely cooked.
Yeah, he's just a guy, kind of.
Yeah.
So I would not be terrified if he went to any other AFC team. 803-0550 is the phone number. All right, how confident are you in the defense for week 1? We usually frame it in like what they'll be in the playoffs. What about for the first game against Baltimore? If Tre'Davious White is out, all the 2 guys that are suspended, Cole Bishop, like I wonder how confident fans are in that defense right now going up against Jackson and Henry. Get to that when we come back. Sal coming up at 8, Jody Biasi and Nate Geary. Jeremy is off today, and this is WGR. Isn't the preseason the greatest defense for running backs are as replaceable as any position in the sport, and that's why they don't get paid? The guy that Travion Young the name of the running back the Bills signed on like Thursday, and then he played against the Bucs, and then they cut him already.
Yeah, and then they had
he got the ball in his first snap, and he's like, this guy made a guy miss, and he looked good. But that's running backs. You just sign a guy off the street, not even for your team, for the preseason.
Right.
And like, oh, that guy's got some juice.
Just so that Frank Gore doesn't have to tote the rock every single play.
Right. Just there are, not to take all credit away from all running backs, but there are 9,000 running backs
there are
in the world that I feel like can do things.
Very few like truly elite ones, but then like the group that is just like present, it's probably the one position that's, I don't mean
just
to say
give
it this
them
way,
the
not
rock.
easy to play, but it just is like.
I think you could say it.
Yeah.
In comparison to the other positions, easier to play. I think like if we were going to have a debate about what the hardest position to play is, I don't think we would mention it. Preseason game, number 3 in the books. Now we roll off to the 53-man roster. And really, isn't Bishop the only thing you could really take away from that game? Maybe 2 things. 2 things that are meaningful for the season. Because everything else, I think, is just about, hey, who makes the 53-man roster? That everything else is in relation to who makes the team. The 2 things that happened in that game, 2 plays that happened in that game that are separate from that, because they're guys that are going to make the team. One is those Bishop plays.
Yep.
Bishop looking strong. And the other is, man, I hope Deion Walker can translate to the NFL because there is some talent there.
There is some stuff there. It was a fantastic performance. I think he ended up with 4 tackles, half a sack in a TFL, and like it was obviously some of the. You could look at the score sheet in the box score and looked at him and say, okay, he had a very nice game. But if you watched early in that game, him absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage. We've all been looking for a large human in the middle of the defense. I'll take that from our buddy Greg Thompson, who got a number 96 large human jersey.
Like it says large human
yes,
on the back?
on the back, yeah. And I think like what we've needed is a dominating force that's large in the middle, one tech that can run, defend, but gives you some pass rush ability. He's a pass rusher that they're going to try to develop into a guy that can be a sturdy run defender. I feel like that's really hard to come by somebody his size. He is a good pass rusher in the middle.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited. And, I know TJ Sanders didn't maybe make some of the splash plays that you saw Deion Walker make on Saturday night, but he also, I thought, had a good preseason. I am very interested. You mentioned Walker and then Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
I also left Saturday's game thinking like Shane Bichelle should probably be their practice squad quarterback.
Good morning. The Buffalo Bills won their final preseason game on Saturday, 23-19 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To read more on the game, check out Sal Capaccio's Arrow Up, Arrow Down article on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills now have the task of cutting down their roster to 53 by tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. As of now, the Bills roster sits at 83. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reported that the Bills hosted defensive tackle Jordan Phillips for a visit yesterday and are expected to sign him to the 53-man roster later this week. Phillips was signed to the Bills roster last season after the Cowboys released him in November. He's played in parts of 5 years for the Bills dating back to 2018. Elsewhere in the NFL, Sports Illustrated's John Shipley reported yesterday that the Jacksonville Jaguars are shopping running backs Travis Etienne Jr. and Tank Bigsby. Etienne was the Jaguars' first-round pick in 2021 and started his first 2 seasons. However, he split the backfield last year with Bigsby. The NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday that the New England Patriots are shopping safety Kyle Duggar. Duggar has played all 5 years of his NFL career with the Patriots and has been a key piece of their defense. And in Cleveland, the Browns are expected to give quarterback Shedeur Sanders a roster spot despite recent struggles in the preseason. The Browns recently named Joe Flacco the starting quarterback, and head coach Kevin Stefanski is hopeful that Kenny Pickett will be the team's backup despite a recent hamstring injury. In baseball, the New York Yankees snapped a 3-game losing streak last night, beating the Boston Red Sox 7-2. Meanwhile, the Toronto Blue Jays lost 5-3 to the Miami Marlins. After the weekend, the Red Sox are 5 games back, and the Yankees are 5.5 games back from the Blue Jays on the lead in the AL East. And in golf, Tommy Fleetwood gets his first ever PGA Tour win yesterday by winning the Tour Championship and FedEx Cup. Fleetwood shot 18 under throughout the weekend, beating Russell Henley and Patrick Cantlay by 3 strokes. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Defense is going to be really creative. I know what you see in the last 3 preseason games is like that much of a gigantic playbook, but we've got some cool stuff on there. And, I think there's, some different ways to sort of think about blitzes and pressures and movements. And, that's always the interesting part, that I don't think I knew about coming to a new program is like the football 101 is the same, but like learning a new style and a new like philosophy of how to attack offenses, I think has been really cool. And it's sort of opened up my own toolbox of how I understand football and, can kind of get the answers to the test a little bit.
Michael Hoyt of the Bills. That is the last football game he will play until the middle of the year, as he's going on the shelf with a suspension. So he's one of those Bills that will not be available week 1 against the Ravens. Get to that in a second. Just real quick, though, because we opened the show talking about Tommy Fleetwood winning his first ever PGA win yesterday.
Yep.
We had a whole conversation about how confused we are about the FedEx Cup. Nate, the whole time during that conversation, didn't realize Fleetwood won the FedEx Cup.
Yeah, I just assumed he won the Tour Championship, which I didn't know was also...
You thought Scheffler won the FedEx Cup, right?
Yeah.
Which would have been understandable.
It would have made sense.
He had the most points.
Yeah.
But he did not. No, Fleetwood won the FedEx Cup. I don't know how they're doing it over there. So there's Michael Hoyt. The Bills and the Ravens. We are less than 2 weeks away.
Yes.
From the opener, Sunday Night Football. So
13 days.
Yeah. A lot of injuries. Michael Hoyt suspended. Larry Ogunjobi suspended if he even plays. Or if he even makes the team, I should say. And Tre'Davious White. So there was an update
Of sorts,
right? We don't really know exactly what's going on.
We apparently have started going to hockey terminology with lower body injury.
Yeah, saw that. Lower leg. They at least gave us leg.
Yeah.
I think we knew it was leg. Lower leg injury, no timetable for his return yet. I would expect we're going to get a further update at some point during the week. But I don't know, did it not sound pessimistic towards his chances of being available?
Well, I'll say this. 2 things that stood out to me that I guess have given me some confidence he's ready.
Yeah.
Dane Jackson, who is their veteran that they brought back, knows the system maybe better than anybody, was playing deep into the fourth quarter. Doesn't appear like they're preserving him
all right
for a situation. And, I think it's probably because, Dorian Strong's going to make the team. But you wouldn't think that they're going to throw out a fifth round pick.
Dorian Strong?
Yeah.
Sixth round.
Sixth round in his date, regular season debut on Sunday Night Football, he would be the guy. Or it's, Jamarcus Ingram. I guess it could be that too. But
could be.
Sal had a tweet yesterday that, had they thought that they needed Dane Jackson to play, maybe Dane Jackson's making the team and Jamarcus Ingram isn't. Mm-hmm. If they think that Trey White might be healthy enough, then Jamarcus Ingram makes the team over Dane Jackson because he can play slot corner, outside corner, and like their dime level safety. So I don't know. I guess I think we'll know more when the 53 is ultimately released. But the other thing I think that gave me some confidence is that if it was truly a serious injury, I think we'd all know by now. If it was an ACL, if it was an Achilles,
maybe.
If it was going to keep him out half the year or the full season.
Yeah, sometimes those can take multiple days.
Yeah,
though, right?
but we would know it was a non-contact injury, or they're concerned that it's season ending. You would have gotten some level of that.
Yeah, if we don't get that today, especially, then I would start thinking about it being.
It happened Friday, Thursday.
Yeah.
Happened Thursday.
I was going to point out that when Vaughn tore his ACL in Thanksgiving, we didn't find out that he was out for the year for 2 weeks.
But we did find out that he had an MRI, and there was some conflicting reports about whether or not the ACL was actually torn or not.
And we knew what they were looking at. We knew they were looking at the ACL one way or another, which is whether or not it was torn.
To me, I'm sure this is what I'd be willing to bet. It's some kind of like mid-foot sprain, ankle sprain, something along those lines. That would be my guess.
So if he's... How much does it matter to you whether he's out there against the Ravens? To how confident you would be? I mean, it depends on what your starting place is. I mentioned that I've had a couple of people in recent weeks say the exact same thing to me about that Ravens game. Like, I love their chances this year getting the 1 seed, even if I think week 1 might not go their way, because the Ravens are. It's some of the stuff I hear is the stuff that I don't usually see is all that valuable. Like the fact that it's a revenge game for Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
How motivated they are to get revenge on
in week 1 of the regular season. I don't know.
Yeah, and Lamar has said a couple things about that, but he's been asked directly about the Bills. What's he going to say? He's going to reference last year's game. So I don't know. Like, I would be more afraid of them because of what they actually are. It's just Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Yep.
That is it not the biggest challenge offensively in the league going into the year? Is there another offense that you would say is more challenging for this defense going into week 1? Because this is a defense right now that has, whether it's number 1 for you or it's number 4 for you, whatever, it's one of the top offenses in the league for multiple seasons.
Yep.
And you're going into it with, let's look at who they added. 2 guys that aren't going to be there because they're suspended. A rookie first-round pick who's probably not, almost certainly, right? Harrison, not going to be playing because of an injury. A depth corner signing, we wondered if he was shot, then he had a pretty good camp. Yeah. Trey White was on the field in that playoff game. And we weren't afraid of him being on the other side.
No.
And he's injured and might not be able to play.
Yeah.
A second-round safety last year that has not done almost anything up until Saturday with a couple plays.
Their defense doesn't feel that much different than last year.
No, what are
Joey
the biggest
Bosa.
differences? Bosa, couple of rookie defensive linemen.
Yeah.
Who knows what they'll give you. I'm excited about Deion Walker from what he did on Saturday.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he's going to make a giant impact against the Ravens. Right, like that's my question. How much do we feel better about them from what they've added for week 1 specifically? I think for the playoffs, that's different. But for week 1, I don't know how different they'll look. And what they were in the playoffs was a defense that needed to force turnovers. They would not have won that game defensively without turnovers.
Could not get off the field on 3rd down. But what I do think I'm interested in is what Michael Hoyt said leading up to the segment.
Yeah.
Which was his deployment, I think. I think the defense will look different when Michael Hoyt's back in the lineup. Because I think the blitz packages he's talking about, the creativity, I think a lot of that's going to be some Ryan Nielsen influence, some simulated pressures, different blitz packages, and having a Michael Hoyt, I think, does give them a pawn, a sort of like somebody they can move around the board a little bit. And so I do think by week 7, if you look back at week 14 compared the weeks that preceded him getting out of suspension, and the 6 weeks that he was on suspension, I do think we'll look back and say they look like different defenses. A little bit.
A little bit. I think
they need Joey Bosa to play well in the beginning of the year.
He's the biggest difference. He's easily the biggest difference. I don't even know how much he'll play.
And
they've got him on managed workload.
Do you think they've got him on the Von Miller diet?
Maybe.
The Von Miller diet?
The difference, though, would be that Von, it felt like at the end, could only play on third downs.
Yeah.
And, like, passing situations. And it's why you look back at his snap count by game. Like, he played, I think it was 9 snaps in that regular season game in Baltimore last year.
Yep.
He's not built for that matchup. The way that Bosa is more Bosa, you could play him first down and second down, right? And you could play him in all situations. It's just how much you want to play him because of injuries, is it? But they're going to be starting, right? Dane Jackson at corner.
I hope not. I don't think so. I don't think Dane Jackson's going to make the team.
Whoever it is,
yeah. Jamarcus Ingram played a lot of football for them last year and was fine.
That might be true. And they might love Jamarcus Ingram for a certain role. But I watched Kyrie Elam get cooked over and over and over and over again in that AFC Championship game, and they never went to Ingram. They never put Ingram in.
Yeah.
We were wondering if they would do that immediately. Like, hey, Benford goes out, will Ingram go right in? Oh, no, it was Elam. And they never switched. As bad as it looked.
They did never switch. Yeah.
So I don't know what they think of him as an outside corner. His impact last year, like when he makes that pick 6 against Miami, I think he's playing nickel corner for the Bills, because Cam Lewis had to play other stuff and like they had so many injuries. So I don't know. Like, does it also even matter to you who their number 2 corner is for that game? Baltimore is scary, but they're not scary as
who's the number 2 corner going to be covering?
That's what I was going to ask. Like, they're scary for their run game.
the
Lamar.
Ghost of DeAndre Hopkins.
Probably it's Hopkins
because
and it's Bateman.
Zay Flowers is going to play from the slot.
So it's Hopkins and it's Bateman.
Yep. And we don't know if Isaiah Likely is going to be healthy for that game. So they might not have the 2 tight end, 13, Charlie Kohler's a nice player, but Isaiah Likely is their best receiving threat as a tight end.
Right.
How much is this defense banking on Matt Milano playing 17 games and being the player that we saw maybe over the last 3 or 4 games of the regular season?
At the moment, I would tell you that
that's a lot of it.
That is their most likely path to taking a big jump defensively, especially early in the year. Like, sure, they added a bunch of pieces and they've got the rookie lineman and Bosa, but that linebacker duo, it feels like has the talent to be one of the best duos in football. And they've played. Can I count on one hand how many games they've played together?
Not a lot. Yeah, not a lot.
They've not been on the field much. So it's a big if. Milano not only being healthy, but Milano being 80% of what he was when he was a first-team All-Pro. But if he can be, then sure, I think their linebacker core, especially against a team like Baltimore, they're going to want to run the ball on you.
They're still undersized, though. I mean,
they're undersized, but I feel better about Milano being in there against a team like that than Dorian Williams.
Yeah.
So.
I would agree with that.
803-0550 is the phone number. I got a poll up on this about your worry level or your confidence level in the defense for the beginning of the year. Because listen, that Baltimore game's not the playoffs, but they're probably. I personally don't believe there's a bigger game for the 1 seed on their whole schedule than Week 1. Let's go to Dennis in Lockport next. What's up, Dennis?
Hey guys, I did want great show. Didn't want to switch it up on you guys, but
no, go ahead.
Seen a cut this weekend. Huntley being cut, and I kind of thought, why couldn't the Bills grab someone like him? Because when he backed up Lamar, when he's been able to do that job, he's a lot more efficient than a Trubisky and.
He's got a Pro Bowl.
We have here.
He did make a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here if we're going to have a guy who's kind of like Allen, man, when he filled in for Lamar, he was very much like Lamar. So I want to get your guys' opinion on that. And by the way, I like that tight end punting. Maybe we should find him a position so in case our punter goes down, we have one.
Thanks, Dennis, for the call. Zach Davidson.
62 air yards. Did you see the punt?
I did. Yeah, it was a bomb.
You know that commercial on TV where the jaw drops through 7 floors of an apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the commercial is. I just remember that. That's kind of what my jaw did when I watched that punt.
Yeah.
the term uncorked is not dramatic enough for what that punt was.
Hey, they want to save a roster spot. Just,
A 6'7" punter?
I mean, they barely punt anyway.
Yeah, right.
What's the difference?
Right. He could be your long distance punter. If you're backed up on your own, 15-yard line, you need to uncork a 65-yarder, pull out Zach Davidson.
Yeah. The Bills generally, I think, would get around. When would they punt? I don't know. He looked good. Hey, there's a guy that's got to chase down a returner who gets through the whole return team, too. I think the tight end might be better for that than
Learning
the
that
punter.
Zach Davidson was a starting tight end and punter in college was definitely news to me.
I mean, wasn't that I know when I played for Orchard Park, our punter was
high school
our right tackle.
Not in Division I.
No, probably not in Division I.
No,
But by the time you get to college, I'm sure it's different.
Yeah, and when you get to college, the kickers are like real kickers. They are barely athletes.
Right. Yeah.
They're just skinny guys that
Huntley
didn't want to play soccer anymore.
Huntley is not of interest to me really at all.
No.
He was not. Listen, he was not. He was a fine backup. He was not Lamar. I mean, he was 11 touchdowns, 10 picks in Baltimore.
And there's no offense better suited for him to walk in and be able to play than that Ravens offense.
And listen, he lost them a playoff game.
And he was in Miami last year?
He was in Miami last year.
They played him a few games because they had to cut Skylar Thompson because he was so bad.
Right.
And it didn't really, but also that offense clearly can't be operated by anybody other than Tua.
I'm open to listening to backup quarterback ideas. I wondered about Anthony Richardson last week until I realized he's got $9 million as a cap hit, which you're not doing.
No, absolutely not.
No, Tyler Huntley lost the Ravens a playoff game that forced the Bills to play the Bengals. The Bills wouldn't have played the Bengals. He reached for the goal line from the
and
3.
fumbled.
Yeah, and they returned it to the house. Cincinnati, game over right then and there.
Oh my God, I remember that.
Also, he was available. I just looked. He was available. He signed with Cleveland on August 5th. Mm-hmm. He was available to the league all summer, and nobody brought him in until Cleveland had a bunch of injuries. So, no, I'm not really interested in
Cleveland
in
had injuries to all 15 of their quarterbacks and needed someone to come in.
Yep. Yeah. How confident are you in the Bills' defense going into Week 1 against Baltimore? Confident, nervous, scared to death? What do you think the percentages look like?
Confident, 24%.
16.
Okay. Nervous, 45%.
58%.
And I'm not good at math. So scared to death is 17%.
25%.
Okay. That's pretty close.
More people saying scared to death than confident, though. It's more of an exercise, though, in we're unsure.
Yeah.
Right? We're unsure, especially with you're down to your 4th corner, probably starting if Trey White can't.
Right.
And nobody having any idea what Cole Bishop's going to look like.
Yeah.
Playing every snap in a big, meaningful regular season game. Although I should look. Did he start against Baltimore last year?
He did. No. Yes?
Regular season?
He started against Houston. I don't know if he started the next week.
We all know he started against Houston.
Or was Houston after the...
Houston was the next week. After Baltimore.
So I think he played in the Baltimore game.
He played 71% of the snaps, but he didn't start. So maybe...
Does Rapp go down in that game?
In the Baltimore game?
Yeah.
He does. Doesn't he try to tackle Derrick Henry?
Yes.
And because he's
dies.
a flying missile, he goes down. Bishop played 71% in that game against Baltimore.
What are those really big dogs? Like the big one. Is Newfoundland? Is that a big dog?
Yeah. Mastiffs.
Mastiff
is another one.
Derrick Henry's like a giant mastiff running.
Okay.
And I wouldn't want to be
in Taylor Rapp?
A hare? Like a rabbit?
I thought you were going with another dog, a rabbit.
It's like a rabbit, like a hare.
I thought you were going to at least pick like a bulldog or something.
Yeah, maybe like a French
or a beagle.
A Frenchie.
A Frenchie?
Yeah. In comparison,
he's
like to a normal person. Rapp is like a,
I think you'd want
retriever.
A meaner dog than that, though, because he's getting kicked out of practice.
He is getting kicked out of practice. Yeah.
Not really. They set him on the bench last week.
Maybe like a pit bull mix. All
right. Going up against a Mastiff head first.
I can't imagine what it's like trying to tackle Derrick Henry. On a one-on-one, he's running at full speed. What do you do? Because you don't want to turn into a meme. You don't want to be Josh Norman.
Oh, yeah. No.
That's the last thing you want.
But it'd be very easy. That play did not count, by the way.
Thank God for him. But
well,
still,
it doesn't matter.
Didn't matter. Damage was done.
Doesn't matter. It's
Damage
still
was done.
a highlight that you see everywhere.
Is that maybe like the only highlight of something that just like didn't actually happen? Like it was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mahomes is still upset about the Kelsey lateral play.
That's right. Yep. Still talks about it.
To Kadarius Toney.
Still talks about it.
Yep. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're worried about their defense for week 1 specifically, we're under 2 weeks away, and they're banged up. Trey White now, we're going to be monitoring his injury status throughout the week. It is, again, it's kind of amazing to me that he signed, and I thought last year he looked better in Baltimore.
Yep.
He signs, and I'm thinking, all right, good depth for the rookie.
Sure.
And now it feels like, man, he better
be ready.
He better be ready.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you might be.
It sort of feels like, generally speaking, the state of some of their defensive positions, where you're like, man, it felt like at first they were okay here, but it feels like they should have did more.
Yep. 803-0550 is the phone number. We've got Sal coming up at 8. We'll go over the 53-man roster as it stands and how it looks with 1 day to go. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock is what we're looking at for roster cutdowns. We will, though, see them. You'll see a list before that. Not like an official list, but we're compiling it. Adam Schefter had already a breakdown of who the Bills have already moved on from. Nobody that you would have thought was in line to make the team. Right. Young at running back and Sokol at tight end. Just guys that you would expect to be the first names. The other thing we got to figure out is what Hard Knocks looks like tomorrow night. Do they have the cutdowns? Probably not, right?
No, it'd be next week.
It would be next week, unless...
Because there's 2 more episodes left. This one and next one.
They told us before it started that their turnaround time was
same day.
3 p.m. the same day.
Yeah.
That's before roster cutdown.
Wait, is there 2 more episodes or there's only 1 more episode?
There's 2 more episodes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
There's 5 total.
Yeah.
So if they're already telling guys yesterday and today, hey, that's it, that's enough time for it to be on tomorrow's episode.
But then what would they have in the 5th episode? That's my question.
No idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't have much material left?
No.
Yeah, that makes sense. They would save that for next week.
I think they'll do what they did last week, which is the lead up into that game, the game itself.
And
I bet you this episode's going to feature a lot of Shane Bichelle.
Yeah.
And who would you say is going to be... Probably, they haven't really touched on the Bishop thing.
No, they haven't. Whose story are they going to want to tell, though? That's the other way I've been looking at it.
Because they did Jamarcus Ingram last time.
Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe more Jimmy Charlo.
I got another take on Hard Knocks to get to a little bit later.
Shavers.
It'll be Shavers. Yeah, they haven't done much on him yet.
Shavers. They haven't done any Keon Coleman.
No, I
thought he would be just like a personality that they'd want to feature, and they haven't.
Yeah, I'll get you a thought on Hard Knocks later. I think this is the end for Hard Knocks. I think this is it.
You think that this one's gone so poorly for other people other than Bills fans?
Yeah. I think it's become far too much of this is just for that team's fans. That's not what Hard Knocks is supposed to be.
You're right.
The Bills could produce this.
But they won't.
Not this much of it.
No.
But it feels like let me put it this way. It feels like something the Bills could produce.
I think we are speeding towards an era where documentaries have become so scripted that they're not really documentaries.
Let's get to that later, because that's one of the problems. I have a big problem with how many sports documentaries there are now and how all of them look.
They're like Hallmark movies.
That's great. Yes, exactly. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought on Shavers, the 53-man roster, your confidence level for the Bills defense week 1 against Baltimore. Bishop looked a little bit better on Saturday, but still unsure on what that'll look like. Trey White injury updates we're still waiting on. So a lot to get to coming up. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today, and this is WGR. Is going to sign back with the Bills. And
with the intent to be on the 53-man roster, not the practice squad, was the report I saw.
Right.
I think it was Ryan Talbot that had that.
Yeah. Suspension fill-ins suspension fill-in?
We talked about Ogunjobi on Friday. We both kind of
did?
left thinking, I think he's probably gone. If not right away, right when he's eligible to get back from suspension. And I think it was Sal.
Right.
And maybe we'll see if Sal was able to find out the language around
what they actually save.
If he's on the 53-man roster to start week 1, then his base salary becomes guaranteed.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that happens if he's suspended or if, so I have thought really long and hard that, like, Ogunjobi's not making the team. He didn't play in the preseason.
Right.
And Michael Hoyt, the other guy getting suspended,
He looked good again on Saturday.
played a ton.
Yeah.
So if we're just going off of that alone, it was, to me, not a good sign that Ogunjobi wasn't playing at all. When you're like, hey, you're going to miss 6 weeks, we're going to get you geared up and ready to play, so that, when you are back from suspension, you can hit the ground running. That never happened. And Dwayne Carter was out there late in that game. Late. And he's been really, frankly, invisible when he's been out there. He just really hasn't made much of an impact. So, to me, the writing on the wall for me is Dwayne Carter, and because I had already thought that Larry Ogunjobi was.
It really, I feel like this is why that position right now, with Phillips on his way, becomes maybe the most interesting position for tomorrow. Because
did it feel like a position that needed a Jordan Phillips? Because I got to be honest, I didn't.
I didn't think so. No, I really didn't. He even said at the end of last year, like, it's Buffalo or bust for me. Like,
Yeah.
I'll retire. But that's what I thought would happen. I thought
he was going to retire. Yeah,
he looked like a player that, he wasn't terrible, I guess, last year, but he's not somebody that I'm desperate to bring back. The preseason finale featured the one-handed touchdown catch by Tyrell Shavers. And I saw a collective from everybody on Twitter immediately saying, okay, he just made the team with that catch. Did you think the same thing? He made the team the second he made that catch.
I think that if that's what you think, that he probably already made the team before that catch. But it was definitely he can do that kind of moment. And right now, with the conversations being had about, Elijah Moore and about Curtis Samuel and what the wide receiver room is going to look like in a couple of days, I think it probably went a long way into if he was on the bubble, I feel like that was enough to get him over the hump.
What are we hoping to have happen here with him? Like, are people expecting that he's going to make the team and then he's going to play and then he's going to do what? Like, do we think that there's a belief out there that he can do what Mac Hollins did last year?
I think.
Which, let me put the stat line in front of you, and you tell me if this is the ceiling, if it's beyond the ceiling. This is not possible for him.
Sure.
Or even if you think it's likely. I don't think anyone would think this is likely. But 31 catches, 378 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Would that be?
I think not likely, but I think
crazy
if he played the same amount of snaps.
But that's the problem, right?
I think so.
I think if I read off 31 catches, 378 yards, you might go, well, it's not. He could do that. He could have 31 catches and 378 yards. I think that might be the absolute peak.
Yeah, I would agree.
But
I would agree that it's the peak.
Him playing 70% of the snaps in order to get there.
Is that what Mac Hollins played?
Mac Hollins last year played 66%. He played 721
I would be
snaps.
very surprised if he plays that.
Oh, I'd be stunned.
I'd be very surprised.
I would think there were a lot of injuries if he played that much. So, with that being said, I don't believe that he can do what Mac Hollins did last year.
The Buffalo Bills win their final preseason game 23-19 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To read more on the game, check out Sal Capaccio's Arrow Up, Arrow Down article on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills now have to cut down to the 53-man roster by tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. As of now, the Bills roster sits at 83. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reported yesterday that the Bills hosted defensive tackle Jordan Phillips for a visit and are expected to sign him to the 53-man roster later this week. Phillips was signed by the Bills last year after the Cowboys released him in November. He's played in parts of 5 years for the Bills dating back to 2018. This would be his fourth stint with the team. Elsewhere in the NFL, Sports Illustrated's John Shipley reported yesterday the Jacksonville Jaguars are shopping running backs Travis Etienne Jr. and Tank Bigsby. Etienne was the Jaguars' first-round pick in 2021. However, he split the backfield last year with Bigsby. And NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday that the New England Patriots are shopping safety Kyle Duggar. Duggar has played all of 5 years of his NFL career with the Patriots and has been a key piece of their defense. In baseball, the Yankees stopped a sweep last night, breaking a 3-game losing streak against the Boston Red Sox, winning 7-2. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays lost 5-3 to the Marlins. After the weekend, the Red Sox are 5 games back. The Yankees are 5.5 games back from the Blue Jays on the lead in the AL East. And Tommy Fleetwood finally gets his first ever PGA Tour win yesterday by winning the Tour Championship and FedEx Cup. Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Ferguson snaps, and the kick is pretty darn good.
Holy
A
smokes.
driven spiral, sending him back to his 12-yard line. Through a hole, though, Cameron Johnson out to the 35. That was a 61-yard punt by Zach Davidson.
Zach Davidson, the Bills' backup tight end, one of their backup tight ends, with a 60-yard punt in the air on Saturday against the Bucs. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. Nate is in. Football weather in the air, that football chill.
Pat Hammer tweeted that this week's going to look a lot different than last week.
Yeah,
60s and 70s, which I am all about.
Did you watch some college football over the weekend?
A little bit. Not as much as I would have liked, to be honest.
Kansas State and Iowa State?
Yeah, I watched a little of that game. I watched some of the whoever Kansas played game.
Kansas played against...
I know. I'm forgetting.
They won. I know that. Tulsa? No?
It wasn't Tulsa.
It's not Tulsa?
It wasn't Tulane
Fresno
either.
State.
Yes, Fresno.
They beat them 31-7. Matt Campbell, Iowa State head coach.
Yep.
They're ranked 22nd in the country.
Can't believe
they go to
he
Ireland.
hasn't left for the pros yet.
He's been offered, right? Or maybe he's been talked about in interviews. He's been offered bigger college jobs.
Yes.
He'll leave there eventually, right? He'll leave there eventually.
I mean, how long could you stay at Iowa State for?
I mean, he's done it already longer than I think most expected. He's done a good job. But yeah, he's been thought of as like a young, up-and-coming coach that'll go to the NFL one day. Although, is he even that young? He's 45. Okay, he's fine.
He's pretty young.
He passed the smell test for me on Saturday. So this game's going on. They're in Ireland, which, by the way, really making me want to go back to Ireland. All the commercials of Visit Ireland, and I loved that trip.
Aer Lingus, baby.
Yeah. Did you know Dublin has no buildings larger than 300 feet or 350 feet?
Like there's square feet?
There's no like height. Thank you. There's no tall buildings in Dublin whatsoever. So that game is going on, and one thing is I want to go back to Ireland. The other thing is the late in that game, it's close. It's 24-21.
Okay.
And Iowa State's got the ball with the lead. They're up 3. And they've got 4th and 3.
Okay.
2:26 left in the game. 4th and 3. Their opponent has no timeouts.
Okay.
And they're on the Kansas State 16-yard line. So this is the ultimate test. Are you going to go for it?
Or kick the field goal?
To ice the game? Or the field goal of death?
Which gets you only a 6-point lead.
6-point lead, which means touchdown wins the game for the opponent.
Yep.
And he lines up to go for it. And I'm thinking, all right, Matt Campbell.
Sure.
It's a guy I think should be in the pros maybe one. And then they're doing the hard count. And I'm thinking, no, don't you dare.
Don't steal this from me.
Don't pretend to go for it and then not go for it. And that's what they do. But then he calls timeout. And I'm thinking they're going to bring the field goal unit.
Yep.
No, he brought out the quarterback again. And he brought out the offense. He goes forward on 4th and 3, and they get it. They just throw it to the running back on like a wheel route. They get the first down, game over. Kneel the game out. And I think if I'm an owner in the NFL,
I love seeing that. Yeah.
If you don't go for it in that situation, you're off my list.
Yeah.
You at this point, we know enough about 4th downs. If you kick the field goal of death, you're never coaching for me.
Yeah,
ever.
I agree with you.
And I don't know that many owners think that way, but
they should.
This guy, he passed the test. Matt Campbell, I thought on Saturday. You got to go for it on 4th and 3.
You do got to go.
McDermott would go for it.
He would.
2:26 left, 4th and 3 up
so.
3.
Easier to do.
Could you imagine not doing it? Imagine they're in a playoff game against the Chiefs, and he kicks a field goal to go up 6.
Yeah.
How angry everybody would be, right?
Here's the thing, though.
You're giving the ball back to Mahomes, the chance to win the game. How dare you?
Much easier decision to go for it on 4th and 3 when Josh Allen's your quarterback compared to,
Rocco Becht.
That's
he's the son of Anthony Becht.
Figured that.
Former.
There's some sons. There
Jets
were some sons out there yesterday in that Fresno State Kansas game. The Fresno State quarterback was Kurt Warner's son.
Oh, okay. That one doesn't make me feel.
That
one doesn't make me feel old.
But Anthony
Becht does more. Notre Dame's got a couple of sons on their team that make me feel old.
Plexico Burress,
Jerome Bettis,
Brian Urlacher's son, but he transferred.
He played for Notre Dame?
Yeah. And then last year, Ryan Clark's son.
That one does a little bit
He
more
plays for the Giants, I think, now. He got drafted, or maybe he was a UDFA with the Giants. But,
okay.
Yeah, their quarterback.
Deion Sanders' kid.
Yes, well, their quarterback.
Got thrown out.
Notre Dame's new quarterback, C.J. Carr, is the grandson of Lloyd Carr, the former Michigan head coach.
That one definitely doesn't make me feel old.
No, because he's old.
The grandson of Lloyd Carr?
Yeah. But I watched Lloyd Carr coach, so. But still, I mean, if Bill Belichick's grandson, would you feel old?
No.
Okay.
No. Is Bill Belichick's grandson like 40 or 30?
No, he can't be that.
How old's Steve Belichick?
Like 40.
No, sorry. I just made Bill 90 years old.
You did
Bill's
make Bill 90.
70, 71.
Yeah.
Zach in Buffalo is next up. What's up, Zach?
Hey, morning, guys. Hey,
Morning.
Joe, as somebody that was at camp, I feel like I've heard a lot about Coleman and Palmer and Shavers and all these guys, but you were there. What is the pulse on Kincaid now coming into the season? I feel like I haven't heard. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong places too much about how he has progressed this offseason.
Good question, because there was a question about what his body type would be coming into this year. Was he going to get bigger? Was he going to get stronger? I have not seen a giant difference just by looking at him, but what it doesn't mean it won't show up in the games. He didn't play in the preseason, right? Was he out there at all? I don't think. If he was, it wasn't much.
Maybe the first game.
I don't think he played in the preseason.
He was. He had a catch. He had a catch against the Giants.
He did. You're right.
From Trubisky.
2025 preseason stats. I got 1 game started. I've got 0 receptions and 1 drop. Is what I've got for him in the preseason.
Maybe the catch he had got called back.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh no, there it is. 1 for 10.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say he definitely had
1 for 10, and then he also had a drop. Maybe.
There was nothing on the field he did that was consequential to me that made me think, oh, okay. But one thing I do that did stick out to me is I don't know if it was Josh on a podcast or if it was just on Hard Knocks, but Josh specifically called out. I think it was a podcast where he said, basically the question was, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do to get better? What could you be better at? And he goes, even looking back at film last year, he goes, I feel like I missed Dalton a lot.
He did.
He did.
He had one of the highest. In fact, I think he had the highest uncatchable target rate of any tight end in the league.
And and like we've talked about the irony of even when he was able to come down with a play, Josh kind of overthrows him and he gets the knee injury.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I would think he's probably in line for more of a bounce back season. I guess the question that I would pose to you, Joe, is do we ever see the rookie year Dalton Kincaid again? 72 catches, 670 yards or something like that?
That's about right.
And 2 touchdowns?
That's not even that.
That's not that great.
That's not a tight end I want to give an extension to. Right?
No. I
73 catches, 673 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He puts that on film this year. You want to pick up the fifth-year option? I don't. That'd be an upgrade from last year. I wouldn't want to pay him.
Yeah, it's a big season for Dalton Kincaid.
How about this? How about he leads the Bills in receiving in an individual game more than he did last year? You know how many games last year Dalton Kincaid led the Bills in receiving yards?
0.
Yeah, how about that? How about you be the guy in one game? Because he did not do that last year. How many times did he do it in his rookie year, you think?
Yeah, the fifth-year option's interesting because I wonder if they think we really like Dalton, but we don't want to pay him what the fifth-year option is.
Here's a way of looking at this. In 2 years, the last 2 seasons,
Dalton
Kincaid has led the Bills in receiving in 2 games. Then they were both against New England in 2023. Both New England games. He had 75 on October 22nd, and he had 87 in Week 17. Those are the only 2 games he's ever led them in receiving yardage.
It's not good.
Like, even it doesn't have to be every week.
No, but
how
have
about
games where you demand to be
game?
the focal point.
Yeah, like a game where they can't cover you.
Yeah.
Or this team's bad at covering tight ends and you eat them alive. Like, give me a couple of those. But to the question about how he's looked, I think most reports have been that he's looked very good in training camp. That his rapport with Josh has looked like it's been there.
We'll have Sal on at 8.
He got banged up a little bit, right? Last week he was down for like a minute. Not even a minute, like a second on the field. He came back. So injury-wise, it feels like we're in a good spot. And again, like the body type, the size that they want him to put on, I don't know if that really has happened. He worked out in the weight room a lot. Tyler Dunn had those details. So I don't know. I'm not super, super optimistic for him this year, but I would expect he's going to be better than last season. I would not
too.
Getting to 500 yards or 50 catches.
Yeah, it can't happen again.
I think he at least tops that. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sal coming up at 8. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off. Nate's in. If you want to get a call in, we have open phone lines at 803-0550. Cut down day tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And we'll keep you locked in, and if we see any more releases in the meantime, there have been a couple already that Adam Schefter's got the list of them, reported cuts by the Bills. We'll keep you updated here on WGR. FedEx Cup playoffs. Tommy Fleetwood
really feel like playoffs.
He won the Tour Championship.
Yes.
I recognize that, and I know they did away with the, hey, if you are number 1 in points in the FedEx Cup playoff, you start the Tour Championship 7 under.
Yeah.
And if you are, in 20th place, you start 3 over, so on and so forth. But that got, they got rid of that.
Yep.
And they go into this tournament and everybody's just playing clean right from the start. So he wins the whole thing over Scheffler?
It looks like that, yeah.
Even though Scheffler had more points, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I
thought
don't
Scheffler
know.
had more points.
It's confusing. I'm pretty sure Scotty won the season long and Tommy Fleetwood won the Tour Championship.
I believe Scheffler was asked about this sort of exact situation before the tournament.
Yeah.
He was asked by a reporter, like, do you think this is right that somebody can come win this tournament after not really doing anything all year? And the reporter actually said, like, we could have Patrick Cantlay win the championship. Does that feel right to you? And Scheffler's like, whoa, we're saying names now? And but that was the basis of the question.
That's the name I would have said.
Right. I mean...
Patrick Cantlay.
He was kind of asked about it and had to give a diplomatic answer, but I think he was like, I kind of think that's lame.
Yeah.
I dominated this year.
I'll say this. He won 3 tournaments during this, what they would call the FedEx Cup playoffs, which I don't think golf has figured it out at all.
No.
And I don't think their previous incarnations of it really figured it out either. I actually liked what you mentioned to Brian last week about like a match play bracket.
It almost has to be that.
That's the only way you could do it. Because this is, hey, we have this point system, and hey,
but that goes out the window the
right.
second the last tournament here comes.
Right.
Yeah,
Scotty Scheffler. Imagine you're in a golf tournament it's a month long, and with 1 week to go, you are 1,000 points ahead, no matter what the thing is. You got 1,000 more points than anybody else. And hey, going into the championship, everybody gets wiped clean. Everybody goes to 0, and we're just playing. The top 30 are in the tournament, and that's
weird.
it. Preseason game number 3 in the books. Now we roll off to the 53-man roster. And really, isn't Bishop the only thing you could really take away from that game? Maybe 2 things. 2 things that are meaningful for the season. Because everything else, I think, is just about, hey, who makes the 53-man roster? That everything else is in relation to who makes the team. The 2 things that happened in that game, 2 plays that happened in that game that are separate from that, because they're guys that are going to make the team. One is those Bishop plays.
Yep.
Bishop looking strong. And the other is, man, I hope Deion Walker can translate to the NFL because there is some talent there.
There is some stuff there. It was a fantastic performance. I think he ended up with 4 tackles, half a sack, and a TFL. And, it was obviously some of the – you could look at the score sheet in the box score and looked at him and say, okay, he had a very nice game. But if you watched early in that game, him absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage. We've all been looking for a large human in the middle of the defense. I'll take that from our buddy Greg Thompson, who got a number 96 large human jersey.
Like it says large human on the back?
Yes, on the back, yeah. And I think, what we've needed is a dominating force that's large in the middle, one tech that can run, defend, but gives you some pass rush ability. He's a pass rusher that they're going to try to develop into a guy that can be a sturdy run defender. I feel like that's really hard to come by somebody his size. He is a good pass rusher in the middle.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited. And, I know TJ Sanders didn't maybe make some of the splash plays that you saw Deion Walker make on Saturday night, but he also, I thought, had a good preseason. I am very interested. You mentioned Walker and then Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
I also left Saturday's game thinking Shane Bichelle should probably be their practice squad quarterback.
We're going to talk some Patriots with Evan Lazar coming up at 8:30. Sal first at 8. This morning on the Greg Hill Show on WEEI, Mike Vrabel being asked about whether there is a rat problem in New England.
A what?
A rat problem.
Rat.
He says there's rats all over the place, whether that's inside the building, outside the building. I just love the flow of information.
Oh, as
people talking.
As Frank from The Departed, like rats.
Yeah. Yeah.
Filthy effing rats.
I mean, it sounds like he doesn't mind it.
So he's going full.
Ahead.
He's going full Departed. I mean, he is in Boston. There's rats.
Maybe he just watched.
Maybe.
What was the movie that the Celtics coach would watch over and over and over? Was it The Departed?
Was it?
No, it wasn't. Right.
No. What's the other one with Affleck and The Town? Was it The Town?
Oh, I think it was The Town. Yeah, The Town. Yeah.
Both good movies. In fairness.
He watches The Town
Town's a good movie.
4 times a week.
That's a lot.
Is what
That's a lot.
Joe Mazzulla. Yeah.
How many times have you seen The Town?
Once.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprising.
It's good. It's very good.
Josh, how many times have you seen The Town?
I've seen The Departed multiple
Never seen
times.
it.
And how many times have you seen The Town?
Probably 3 or 4 times.
Wow.
All right,
This is surprising.
Wait, 5 between the group? That's pretty good.
Between you 3. I've
guess I gotta
probably
go watch
seen it 20 times?
I mean, you got Joe Mazzulla right here.
Right.
No, I'm not even close.
20 times. 4 times a week.
It's one of those movies where I feel like, how about this?
It's a great
How
movie.
many times have I seen it where I'm like, start to finish, I'm going to watch The Town today? Twice. But
Okay.
if it's on TV, which I feel like it's on TV,
It's one of those movies.
I'm going to watch it. It's not quite to the same level that Shawshank is for me. Where if it's on TV, if it's 30 minutes left in the movie or 2.5 hours left, I'm going to watch it. And it's always going to be on like A&E or something, right?
Yeah.
But The Town is, you should watch The Town, Josh.
It's good.
Yeah, I've heard great things about it. I just never, I don't know. I have a list of movies.
You've seen The Departed, though.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But I have like a list of movies that I'm like, oh, like I'll watch this next time I have free time, and then I just kind of forget.
Isn't there a theory that The Town is a sequel to Good Will Hunting? I think there's a theory out there of that. Who Ben Affleck's character? You can see it, right? It's a good movie.
I really can't see it, but
it's a very good movie.
Watch them both sort of back to back to see if I could pick that up.
Where is Vrabel from, by the way? Vrabel's not like a Boston guy.
No, I don't believe so.
Originally, I mean, he was in New England.
Yeah, he has an Ohio.
He's from Akron.
Did you guys know? I mean, you wouldn't know this. I'm going to tell you all of this for the first time. That the first time I saw Good Will Hunting was like probably 5 months ago. 6 months ago.
So you've seen The Town 20 times before you saw Good Will Hunting?
Yeah, there was just something about good. Okay, so is it
all those times that you saw The Town? You never thought, maybe I change it up today and see.
Is it the Family Guy joke where he goes, "I've never seen"? Oh no, that's The Godfather, which I've also never seen, because it insists on itself. Like that's it just insists on itself.
Right.
No, but there was something. So I have a very complicated relationship with Matt Damon as an actor.
Why? What's wrong with Matt Damon?
I don't think I like him.
What?
Matt Damon, I don't think I like Matt Damon. And
he's great, right? He's great.
Okay, first of all, it's Louis.
He's great.
It's Louis C.K. that makes the Matt Damon joke about him. Writing and direct. I think he directed, but he definitely wrote Good Will Hunting.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, look, I'm, Matt Damon. I'm so smart. I know things. I know more than everybody. The smartest scientist in the world, but I'm actually only a janitor. And like,
but
it's
that's
just
not.
like
That's
he
not
writes
him in every
the movie about himself.
Right.
I'm like, so like, but what? Now I will say this: having watched it. I mean, Robin Williams is unbelievable. Like it's such a good. It is a very good movie.
It's also like his first movie, so like,
and also the professor. The professor is the guy that's in Dune, and what's his name?
I don't know the name, but I know him.
Yeah,
he's in a lot of movies.
Yes,
but
he's very good.
You can't judge his whole career on like the first movie he did, which, by the way, like everybody recognizes as a great movie.
I think Matt. Okay, how about this? I think the character Matt Damon plays in The Departed is how I feel about Matt Damon, which is when he got shot in the face by Mark Wahlberg, I was stoked.
I mean,
I was like, yes, vindication.
I mean, what the Martian is great.
Didn't see it because I saw Interstellar, and I don't need to see both movies.
No, he's very.
And different. He's the worst person in Interstellar. He is like the worst of us in Interstellar.
He's definitely a villain in Interstellar.
Interstellar, he sucks.
What about the Ocean's movies?
You said Interstellar sucks?
No, Interstellar, he sucks.
Oh, okay.
Interstellar is awesome. Do not misunderstand that.
He was the worst person in Interstellar. He tricks Anne Hathaway. Tricks her.
Nate was ready to climb through the grass and just glass.
One of my favorite movies.
Right. Yeah, I love that
There's
movie.
two triple pane glasses between us.
That's The Town for me. I've seen that movie like 20 times.
This will really judge your opinion on Matt Damon real quick, and then we get to Sal. His role in the Ocean's movies.
Yeah, he's to me, he's a little insignificant, and especially for me, he was a little insignificant.
I'm a big Matt. I like Matt Damon.
I don't hate him. I just feel like he's not really that. His range to me is like, who else plays the same character in every movie?
He's in Oppenheimer, also.
Yeah, I
Oppenheimer.
do agree he's good.
That's some range. How about that? Throw a mustache on him and make him a general in World War II. That's range. Come on.
He's sort of like Sylvester Stallone as an actor. He's just Rocky in every movie.
We'll continue this debate in the break. You cannot compare him to Sylvester Stallone.
I feel like I can. He's not that good.
What about Air? About Air Jordans?
Didn't see it. Because Matt Damon's in it. I'm just like, I don't need to see it.
Sal, when we come back, the 53-man roster, preseason game number 3 against Tampa. Jordan Phillips, what that means, him coming to the Bills. We'll get to it all with Sal after this on WGR. There's a report that Jordan Phillips is going to sign back with the Bills. And
with the intent to be on the 53-man roster, not the practice squad, was the report I saw.
Right.
I think it was Ryan Talbot that had that.
Yeah. Suspension fill-ins? Suspension fill-in?
We talked about Ogunjobi on Friday. We both kind of left thinking, I think he's probably gone. If not right away, right when he's eligible to get back from suspension. And I think it was Sal.
Right.
And maybe we'll see if Sal was able to find out the language around
what they actually save.
If he's on the 53-man roster to start week 1, then his base salary becomes guaranteed.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that happens if he's suspended or if, so I have thought really long and hard that, like, Ogunjobi's not making the team. He didn't play in the preseason.
Right.
And Michael Hoyt, the other guy getting suspended.
He looked good again on Saturday.
Played a ton.
Yeah.
So if we're just going off of that alone, it was, to me, not a good sign that Ogunjobi wasn't playing at all. When you're like, hey, you're going to miss 6 weeks. We're going to get you geared up and ready to play so that, when you are back from suspension, you can hit the ground running. That never happened. And Dwayne Carter was out there late in that game. Late. And he's been really, frankly, invisible when he's been out there. He just really hasn't made much of an impact. So, to me, the writing on the wall for me is Dwayne Carter, and because I had already thought that Larry Ogunjobi was. Not
I feel like this is why that position right now, with Phillips on his way, becomes maybe the most interesting position for tomorrow. Because
did it feel like a position that needed a Jordan Phillips? Because I got to be honest, I didn't.
I didn't think so. No, I really didn't. He even said at the end of last year, like, it's Buffalo or bust for me. Like, I'll retire. But that's what I thought would happen. I thought
he was going to retire. Yeah,
he looked like a player that, he wasn't terrible, I guess, last year, but he's not somebody that I'm desperate to bring back. The preseason finale featured the one-handed touchdown catch by Tyrell Shavers. And I saw a collective from everybody on Twitter immediately saying, okay, he just made the team with that catch. Did you think the same thing? He made the team the second he made that catch.
I think that if that's what you think, that he probably already made the team before that catch. But it was definitely he can do that kind of moment. And right now, with the conversations being had about, Elijah Moore and about Curtis Samuel and what the wide receiver room is going to look like in a couple of days, I think it probably went a long way into if he was on the bubble, I feel like that was enough to get him over the hump.
What are we hoping to have happen here with him? Like, are people expecting that he's going to make the team and then he's going to play and then he's going to do what? Like, do we think that there's a belief out there that he can do what Mac Hollins did last year?
I think.
Which, let me put the stat line in front of you, and you tell me if this is the ceiling, if it's beyond the ceiling. This is not possible for him.
Sure.
Or even if you think it's likely. I don't think anyone would think this is likely. But 31 catches, 378 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Would that be?
I think not likely, but I think
crazy
if he played the same amount of snaps.
But that's the problem, right?
I think so.
I think if I read off 31 catches, 378 yards, you might go, well, it's not. He could do that. He could have 31 catches and 378 yards. I think that might be the absolute peak.
Yeah, I would agree.
But
I would agree that it's the peak.
Him playing 70% of the snaps in order to get there.
Is that what Mac Hollins played?
Mac Hollins last year played 66%. He played 721 snaps.
I would be very surprised if he plays that.
Oh, I'd be stunned.
I'd be very surprised.
I would think there were a lot of injuries if he played that much. So, with that being said, I don't believe that he can do what Mac Hollins did last year.
Good morning. The Buffalo Bills won their final preseason game on Saturday, 23-19 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To read more on the game, check out Sal Capaccio's Arrow Up, Arrow Down article on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills now have the task of cutting down their 53-man roster by tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m., and NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports that the Bills hosted defensive tackle Jordan Phillips for a visit yesterday, and they're expected to sign him to the 53-man roster later this week. Phillips was signed with the Bills roster last season after the Cowboys released him in November. He's played parts of 5 years for the Bills dating back to 2018. Elsewhere in the NFL, Sports Illustrated's John Shipley reported yesterday the Jacksonville Jaguars are shopping trades for running back Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby. Etienne was the Jaguars' first-round pick in 2021. However, he after starting for a few years, he split the field last year with Bigsby. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday that the New England Patriots are shopping safety Kyle Duggar. Duggar played all 5 years of his NFL career so far with the Patriots and has been a key piece of their defense. In Cleveland, the Browns are expected to give quarterback Shedeur Sanders a roster spot despite recent struggles in the preseason. The Browns recently named Joe Flacco the starting quarterback, and head coach Kevin Stefanski said he's hopeful that Kenny Pickett will be the team's backup despite a recent hamstring injury. In baseball, the New York Yankees snap a 3-game losing streak last night, beating the Red Sox 7-2. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays lost 5-3 to the Marlins. After the weekend, the Red Sox are 5 games back, and the Yankees are 5.5 games back from the Blue Jays on the lead in the AL East. And in golf, Tommy Fleetwood has finally secured his first ever PGA Tour win yesterday by winning the Tour Championship and FedEx Cup. Fleetwood shot 18 under throughout the weekend, beating Russell Henley and Patrick Cantlay, who tied for second by 3 strokes. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio now on the Wester Hotline. Good morning. It's a beautiful Monday, and the preseason is over, so it is next stop regular season.
Woo!
Actually, next stop 53-man roster. Then to the regular season. 13 days away from Bills and Ravens. Sal Capaccio now on the Wester Hotline. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys, from beautiful Olean, New York.
So it's time for the Coaches versus Cancer tournament again?
Yeah. Today's the day. Last night came down here for the great dinner. It was awesome. Just a lot of the college basketball coaches, and of course Mark Schmidt down here at St. Bonaventure University, his wife Anita. They're the hosts for the 716 chapter of Coaches versus Cancer. Woj is here. Last night was with him.
Nice.
And today I think he's going to be staying to play golf as well. Obviously he's the general manager. That was great. And Fran Duffy is the keynote speaker tonight after golf. It's going to be a really nice night, really nice day, I should say, of golf, and then into the evening.
How's the golf game been lately? You confident?
Not too bad. I think the last time I played was the Jim Kelly Classic, which was a couple of weeks ago, and I actually thought I played pretty well, but the group I was with was really good. So when when you play okay and you're still with people who are a lot better than you, still doesn't make you feel that great about your game as much.
I find that I play better with people that are really good, but I guess it depends on the
same
person.
way. Yep.
Yeah. Like if they're better
than
you,
that too.
You elevate your own game to get as close to them as possible. So, anyways, that'll be fun. Coaches versus Cancer today. Sal's in Olean. So, Sal, getting to some stuff on the Bills from Saturday and then to tomorrow. 4 o'clock tomorrow for the official cut-down deadline. But as we've seen already, we get reports. We see Schefter had a list last night of the guys that we've already heard about or seen for the Bills. Going into tomorrow, I guess, did anything change for you on Saturday for who you thought would make this team? Or maybe just Tre'Davious White's injury maybe would have played into that too?
I was a little bit more on the fence on Tyrell Shavers, but I just think that it's very hard to keep him off the field. And then I really watch. It's not just the catch, right? The catch makes you go, okay, like this guy, he's done everything. He made a big play in a game. Like that might earn him a spot. Like to me, I'm watching how much special teams is he playing? What is he doing on special teams? And he played a lot of special teams that night. I had the snap counts. I'd have to go back and look. But either way, he was on the kickoff coverage team or the kickoff, blocking unit. He's, covering punts. He's doing different things. And I just think that they're putting him out there to make sure. It's one of two things. Either hey, like, we don't really know if he can, so we have to find out, or let's just make sure if we're going to do this that he can do these things. I think at the end of the day, I have him on my 53-man roster. I think that he did enough in preseason as a receiver and was able to play enough on special teams to be able to do that. So that was one guy for me. I think the Tre'Davious White injury is interesting because we still don't know the timeline on it, right? There's a few different scenarios here, and this ties into what I saw also on Saturday night. So let me just walk through it. Number one, let's just say Tre'Davious White is healthy and he can play week 1, which we don't know. I think that is bad news for Dane Jackson. It's probably either Dane Jackson or Jamarcus Ingram fighting for a spot, I think, because I doubt they would move on from Dorian Strong, 6th-round pick, but they could. Could be him. So let's just say it's Dane Jackson. I think if Tre'Davious White is healthy, it probably means he's released and then put on the practice squad. We'll see. If Tre'Davious White is out anything long-term, I think you have to keep Dane Jackson. You need an outside corner.
Yep.
Because Jamarcus can do it, but he also provides nickel and dime safety and a lot of other things that you would want to use him for. I think the nuance here is, what if it's, well, he might miss a couple weeks, but, we're going to get him back soon after that. That's an area where, well, then what do you do? Do you maybe release Dane and just, remember, you can elevate guys, right? 2 elevations. And you could then elevate him for a couple of games without using a roster spot. Would you even consider putting Trey on IR to return to save a roster spot? Mm-hmm. I think that's where I go. And then I watch the game, and Dane Jackson's playing late into the game.
Very late. Yeah.
So I think that could mean 2 things. Could mean that, okay, we know what happens when guys play late in the game sometimes, that generally a lot of times isn't great for them. But maybe that's good news for Trey's injury because of that, right?
Yeah.
But they're not really protecting another outside corner.
If it's not Trey White, Sal, like, what would you expect their defense, how their defense would be impacted in week 1, week 2, if he can't play for a game or 2 and it is Dane Jackson, or if it is Jamarcus Ingram or somebody else? Do you feel like they're in trouble at the position, or that they've been so rock solid at kind of filling in that spot? Like, it feels like they've had many times throughout the years where, hey, Xavier Rhodes is showing up off the street and playing, or Josh Norman at his age, or when Levi Wallace is an undrafted free agent, that there have been so many times where they've just plug and played a corner, but now they don't have Hyde and Poyer back there, so maybe you would see that as being a little different.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be concerned for sure. I mean, right now it's already a bit of a concern, an area where safety has been, something we've talked a lot about, and they haven't had those 2 guys available together, Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop. And then at corner, right, there's always been a question. What is Tre'Davious White right now in his career? And we saw him have really good days in camp and then have a couple days where he wasn't so good. So I think that's been a question. And then you have Christian Benford, I think, who's at least really steady out there and you can rely on. I know a lot of people, wonder why didn't they do more? Well, they did use their 1st-round pick, but unfortunately he's not available. Right? I mean, they did that, and then they brought back a couple of veterans. There were other guys out there as well. But, now you're in a situation where if Tre'Davious White can't go, that's the thing I would say, Joe. You got to have somebody that you at least trust and rely on. And I know, I get it. I get it from fans all the time. Well, they just bring guys back who know their system too much. Well, there's something to that they feel comfortable with. And the Bills aren't unique. Most teams do this, where, if you have somebody that you trust and not make a mistake and at least get you a baseline level of play, then that's where you turn to. And in this case, it would be Dane Jackson. But I mean, yeah, you're not going to walk Dane Jackson out there and everybody go, okay, we're totally set at the other corner. You're going to wonder, what's he going to do here? Now, I do think that opponent could matter here, right? Week 1 is the Baltimore Ravens. They have some nice receivers. They're not receiver-centric. They're more tight end-centric, right? They're more of a run team. The one thing I would tell you that Dane Jackson does give you if he has to play, he can tackle. He can he can help on the edge and he can tackle. And you're playing a good run team. Like, that's something you could feel confident in. But I think it's a tough spot here to try and figure out, I guess what you'd say, the roster gymnastics of this whole thing. And the other guy that I didn't really talk too much about is Dorian Strong. Like, do you want to release Dorian Strong and have another team have the ability to claim a 6th-round pick that you just drafted and developed for the last few months and think that, he might be someone you could use over the next few years? It's not just about 2025. Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody made a good point to me on X yesterday. Well, you shouldn't think like that. They said, if he's good enough, he's good enough. If he's not, he's not. I understand that sentiment. But look at Tre'Davious White's on a 1-year deal. Dane Jackson's on a 1-year deal. Jamarcus Ingram, I think, might have 1 year left. You have to have guys in the pipeline that you develop as well, and you have to think about what happens down the road if you lose those guys right now.
Well, speaking of, bringing back guys that they know, yesterday the, news comes out that the Bills are intending to sign Jordan Phillips to their 53-man roster, not the practice squad, is the report that I saw. So if that's the case, Sal, what does that really mean for the defensive tackle position? Because it didn't feel like a position that needed a Jordan Phillips type ad this late in the game, considering the suspension with Ogunjobi coming up. And to me, the guy that this spells some trouble for is their third-round pick of last year, Dwayne Carter.
It could. I thought about him, Nate. I mean, I don't know. It's tough for me to make sense of it. I think it's got to be one of three guys, obviously, but let's walk through them, okay? It could be for Dwayne Carter, and I agree. He has not flashed, and he played late into the preseason.
Yep.
Let's go back to, though, are you going to bail on a guy that you just drafted in, what was it, third or fourth round?
Third round.
Fourth round last year.
Yep.
Third round last year. Are you going to bail? It could happen. It's not, out of the realm of possibility, but are you going to bail on a guy like that who, you just drafted in the third round? He's a young player still. And you're developing. Okay, yes, there's a possibility there. Then I think about Daquan Jones. $5.5 million savings if you move on from Daquan Jones. Right, that's a pretty good chunk considering the Bills right now are really tight against the cap. And have you seen enough from Deion Walker and TJ Sanders to say, you know what, that's something we're comfortable with doing? And then you have Larry Ogunjobi, which is really interesting because obviously he's suspended for 6 weeks, but he's not going to count on the roster. So you could cut him and save money, but you don't need the roster spot. The thing I keep coming back into my head is this. Let's say it's for Larry Ogunjobi. Let's say they decide Larry Ogunjobi is the guy. We're going to move on from him. Is there really a need to bring in another guy in the 53 right now? There's not, because he's not counting a roster spot.
Right. And even if you would see him maybe playing that role later, that means someone else at another position then, right, would have to go. And I don't know what you know, Sal, is typical for them, but them carrying 6 defensive tackles on the 53, that usually seems like more than they normally would.
No, they won't. I mean, that would be really... I mean, unless there's an injury they have to deal with that they don't want to put a guy in IR that we don't know about, right?
Right.
Then you can think about that. Let's just say we find out that, Deion Walker, Deion Walker or TJ Sanders had something happen in the game and they might miss a couple weeks. They don't want to put him on IR to return. Yeah, that could be a scenario, Joe, but it's not something you normally do. To me, you have 5 defensive tackles making this team as of now before Jordan Phillips signing. Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, Dwayne Carter, TJ Sanders, Deion Walker. Those are your 5. I mean, you bring in Jordan Phillips, somebody's gone. I just don't know where that's coming. We know it's not Walker or Sanders, right? So it's one of the other 3. One of the other 4, including Larry Ogunjobi.
Here's my only, thought on it not being Daquan Jones. And I get the money side of it, Sale. My concern would be you're then turning over a room that you've been trying to, kind of create this changeover to younger players. You're immediately going to be relying on 2 rookies and then a second-year player at a pretty important position for them. And that's obviously to say that Ogunjobi is going to be back at some point if he's not the guy that they end up moving on. I guess I have a tough time getting to Daquan Jones just based on the fact that this isn't a coaching staff that typically likes to just throw the board at a young player or 2 young players for that inside the middle. That would be my only hesitation or only thought against a Daquan Jones move.
No, I get it, but I think then you say, well, that's why we bring in another veteran.
Right. Yeah, process of elimination on that, I guess, yeah.
But, I mean, you say if it is, then you're bringing in a guy that's
true.
Jordan Phillips. They're about the same age.
And knows the system.
Right?
Yep.
Right, so you could look at it that way, too, which is, you're moving off one because you're turning it over to the young guys. What we're really doing is getting a cheaper veteran who's in here. And, I did look into it, guys. I think that Larry Ogunjobi's week 1, his base salary is guaranteed, even if he's suspended.
Okay.
On the roster week 1. Okay, but he does forfeit 1/18 of that salary
for every game,
1/17 for every game. That so that cuts that in half. Here's the other part of it, though. Think about this. However, the minimum salary for a veteran to sign is like $1.2 million anyway. A guy like Jordan Phillips. So you got to guarantee that if he's on the week 1 roster.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
It's just really, really interesting what's happening here, and I don't know exactly what to make of it. I just think I've landed on it's got to be for either Ogunjobi, but you don't need the roster spot for him,
right?
But the money could matter. Daquan Jones, because the money would matter a lot there, or Dwayne Carter, because you just don't think that he's progressed, and you now have 2 young guys in the system to take that spot anyway.
Sal Capaccio with us on the West Her Hotline. To the offense, Sal. Offensive line, what's the biggest question you think there? Is it what they do at center because of Van Pran Granger not really practicing all offseason? Or, I mean, tackle obviously would be up in the air also, right?
Cedric Van Pran Granger almost definitely, to me, is going to be on the PUP list. He just gets transferred to the PUP list. He does not have to count on the 53. So you don't think about him there as far as a roster spot, but you do have to think about who the backup center is. And I think that's probably Alec Anderson at this point. Alec Anderson is just a guy that can play a lot of different positions, and he's done a really good job there. So to me, you're going to the season with Connor McGovern and then Alec Anderson as your backup center, and then you get 4 weeks for Cedric Van Pran Granger to kind of get up to speed. The biggest question for me is what happens with both Ryan Vandermark and Chase Lunt. Ryan Vandermark is a swing tackle. He's been in the system 3 years. He's actually started and played well when he's been called upon. He has been a guy here, though, that he's fighting with Travis. Let's start with Tylan Grable, who's in concussion protocol, who had that job last year and made Ryan Vandermark inactive on game day because Grable was the guy. He's in concussion protocol, though, and he hasn't practiced in a couple weeks. He was in a red jersey last week. You also have Travis Clayton, who's in concussion protocol. That's another tackle you're down. Not that he would necessarily take that job. Richard Garage is interesting, too. I think Richard Garage they like. He's been in this battle as well. So there's Vandermark. And then, I've seen, talk that could they move on? Could he be one of the guys that they say, okay, at the end of the day, we're going to trade something, get an asset because we have another guy. Well, that other guy could be Chase Lunt. Chase Lunt played left tackle a lot on Saturday night against the Bucks. So he's played all over the line. As a guy that you drafted, 7th-round pick, could you move on from him? Sure. If you do, he's got to go through waivers. You might not get him back. So I think those are things you just have to think about. To me, they will keep 9 offensive linemen. I think the locks are obviously Deion Dawkins, Spencer Brown, Connor McGovern, Osiris Torrance, David Edwards, and even Alec Anderson. I think from there, anything can happen. Tylan Grable, Ryan Vandermark, Chase Lunt. That's who I have. Cedric Van Pran Granger on PUP. And then you have a bunch of other guys that, a guy interesting for me is Kendrick Green. Mm-hmm. I just don't know if you keep Kendrick Green on the roster, but that's a really nice guy to have at least on the practice squad because he did play center a lot to fill in, and the guy was just a warrior. He was banged up half the time at camp and still going out there and going off with trainers, going back in. So I think Kendrick Green's a nice guy to have. I just don't see him making the roster.
Yeah, he started 19 games at center in the NFL, but he's dealt with a lot of injuries right over his career. And right, that would come down to also, I don't know, would they factor in Anderson in his role as the 6th offensive lineman in this at all? And would they want? I guess not, because if they've been practicing him at center, they would know that they would want him to do both, be the backup center and play on as the 6th offensive lineman.
But Joe, I think Jackson Hawes is your 6th offensive lineman. He's a tight end.
Right. Well, you think they're done with the Anderson thing completely then?
Maybe. I think you could have a scenario where it happens. I just don't think you're going to see it run like you did last year. To me, that's all you're doing there is replacing Jackson Hawes with that guy, right? Which is, okay, now we have a 6th offensive lineman. He's actually a tight end and we can throw him the ball. And it makes it really challenging on the defense. So, yeah, I don't think that you're going to have the same kind of situation as you did last year. I don't know if you guys caught the nugget during the game, but Eric Wood said he talked to Aaron Cromer. Mm-hmm. And Aaron Cromer, according to Eric Wood, said Jackson Hawes is the best blocking tight end he's ever coached.
Wow. As a rookie.
Think about that for a second.
High praise.
To me, you don't even need to have – you don't keep a guy – as you don't have an offensive lineman as your 6th guy unless you just have a special package once in a while. I think when you're going to run it in the 6 offensive line traditional way that the Bills did a lot last year, it's no longer an offensive lineman. It's a guy who has a number 85 and you can throw him the ball. Did
Aaron Cromer ever cross over with Lee Smith? Because he's the first name that I think of for best Bills blocking tight end. It looks like in the first though instance. No, maybe not. Lee Smith was with the Bills 2011 to 14, and then 19 and 20. Cromer is 15 and 16, and then 22 to present. So I guess actually maybe they didn't crossover. But either way, doesn't matter. That's just the first great blocking tight end that I thought of from the Bills. Sal Capaccio with us, 53-man roster projection. He tweeted it out. He's got his arrow up, arrow down piece at the website from Saturday's preseason game, which was all Shane Buechele, Sal. And I don't think we really are wondering about who makes the active roster, right? Like, that'll be Allen and Trubisky. But what about, like, will they go Mike White and Buechele on the practice squad? Just Buechele? Just what? Like, I guess how will they operate with the quarterback room?
I can't see them keeping 2 on the practice squad. I think spots are a little bit too valuable, and you have to get reps for guys, right? So you don't do that. So I think Shane Buechele made a really good case for himself to be on the practice squad. They really like him. His moxie, you guys saw it. I said this so much before about Shane Buechele, and I'm glad he was able to go out there and finish a game. But I know going back to last year, I heard a lot about how much they just really love his toughness. They love his moxie. The guy just wants to go out and game, right? He just wants to play. And that's what he wants to do. And we saw that was good for him. 25 of 30, 278, highest passer of the week, I believe, in the NFL in preseason week number 3. And the post-game interview on the field, I tweeted it out. If you get a chance, I tweeted out the post-game interview I did with him on the field. It was great. He was emotional, and he was emotional because he said it was the first time he had ever played a full game in the NFL, like preseason, regular season. Obviously, he's never done that. But, that's pretty cool for a guy like that. And last year, he got hurt in that first preseason game, never played another snap. He was on the practice squad or IR all season. So I just can't see them keeping 4. But, man, maybe that game forced their hand, and they're going to say, let's just do it for now and see where it goes in case we want to make a decision later. But I think that's going to be tough. I agree with you. Trubisky's number 2. I've always leaned Mike White as the practice squad guy. I think Buechele makes it a conversation now. I still think it's probably White, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Buechele leaps him because of that game.
Last thing for you, Sal. Returner right now, how you see that playing out and whether that's close? Because I know Laviska Shenault has done some punt returning this offseason despite never really doing it in the NFL. So how do you think that battle ended up looking as we wrapped up the preseason here?
I think Shenault only returned 1 punt in a preseason game, though, this year, right? I think it was only 1.
Okay.
I don't think he did one Saturday night, if I remember right. I have to go back and look. You guys know where I've been on this for a while. I'm not coming off. I think Brandon Codrington's on this roster. I think he's the main punt returner. Nothing I have seen through training camp or preseason has given me reason to change my mind about Brandon Codrington being this team's number 1 punt returner. I just think he is. Now, I understand he does not offer much as a defender. Like you just say he is a punt returner, and he is literally a guy at the very end of a game. If you need to get through at the end of a game, you can put him on the field, but you don't want to have to do that. It's just not what his strong suit is, playing defense. He's a nickel corner now, by the way. He was outside last year. He's a nickel corner now. The question is, did Laviska Shenault do enough as a kick returner and other special teams areas for them to justify a spot? And I just don't think he did, because even on offense, he caught 1 pass the other night. By the way, guys, he also lost contain on one of those kick returns. Like, he was covering the kick. And I'll put it on him, but it's everybody, right? But it looked like to me he got sucked in when I'm watching it. Boy, it would just be surprising to me to keep both of them, and I just don't see how Shenault has done enough to vault over Codrington, especially because I think Shavers did enough. Like, you can't justify another receiver even on top of Shavers making it, right? Unless, I mean, we haven't had the Curtis Samuel conversation or Elijah Moore, unless you feel that Samuel or Moore aren't making it and you want to have Shavers and Shenault make it. I think it's just way too tough for Shenault. And it's okay if Shenault, if you can get him back in the practice squad, you got a returner, a guy who can play on offense a little bit, right? I mean, that's a nice guy to have on your practice squad if you need him.
And even though he was like one of the best kick returners in football last year, say like Codrington, I mean, he looked great in punt returns all year. He looked trustworthy at it. He averaged only a yard less per kick return than Shenault did. So
he could do it. That's right.
Yeah, it's not like the advantage of Shenault over Codrington in the kick return duty was so great last year that you would think that it overcomes the rest of it. Very, very quickly on Moore and Samuel, do you think they are likely to make the team? Do you think there's still a question of that?
I think Moore is very likely to make the team. I think Samuel is pretty likely, but I do think that his availability or lack thereof is something they have to think about. He did not make the trip with the team because he was sick, and things were trending well for him until that happened. But I do think he put enough work in at the end of camp there when he got healthy and on the field that they feel good about that. It's just, do you feel good enough about him staying healthy, staying on the field? You move on from him, you're taking over a $7 million dead cap hit. Now, that's already accounted for. Whether he's on the roster or not, he's counting for that money. That's already spent. You would save $500,000, but boy, I think right now, as I look at it, I think Curtis Samuel's on this roster on the 53, but I do think there's a decision they have to talk about there.
And then I'll let you go on this. What do we what's the schedule for this week? Like when we might find out about an update about Tre'Davious White?
So there's really no media today. It's going to be all roster decisions from the team coming down. We could still get a roster move or two. And then same thing tomorrow until 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is the roster deadline. We will not hear from the Bills really until probably Wednesday. That's my guess. We don't have that official yet. But generally, Brandon Beane talks to the media on Wednesday. And then not even until later Wednesday because they got to formulate their practice squad after all the releases and seeing around the league what's happening. So I don't know if we'll get anything until like Wednesday afternoon, guys, to be quite honest with you.
All right. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Enjoy the tournament, Sal, for Coaches versus Cancer, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Got to shoot low today. Hey, you know who's in the, you know who's here? No, I saw. He actually lives in Western New York. I'm going to blow your mind. Did you know?
Vince Carter. I'm just guessing.
Vince was at the game the other night.
I've seen him
Christian Leitner.
No, but they see that. You wouldn't be surprised about that. And I'm like, why is this guy?
Right.
But we're hanging out with him last night. He's here. He's playing golf. He lives in Western New York. Former Colts kicker Mike Vanderjagt.
Because he was coaching. Wasn't he coaching high school football?
He is.
I hope
he's
he would.
Coaching. He is the kicking coach.
Yeah.
I guess I could say. I mean, he's told me he works with Medina High School.
Yes. Okay. I called a Medina game a couple of years ago, and I remember.
Yes.
That. Okay. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember him. Did Peyton Manning call him our idiot kicker that one time?
Yeah, because he had said something he kind of regretted. He told us the story last night, but without me getting into it too much, he said something he shouldn't have about Peyton, and Peyton said that's our idiot liquored up kicker or something like that at the Pro Bowl, something like that. But anyway, it was just interesting. I'm like, wait, what is Mike Vanderjagt doing here? He's from just over the border.
Yeah, Oakville.
Yeah, that's right. But so he still lives in Western New York, and it was just interesting. Like, oh wow, he's here as well, and he'll be playing today.
Cool. All right, go low. Thanks, Sal.
Thanks, guys.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. His 53-man roster projection. You can read his arrow up, arrow down piece at WGR550.com. Quick timeout when we come back. Evan Lazar on the Patriots. 14 teams in 14 days when we come back here on WGR. Preseason game number 3 in the books. Now we roll off to the 53-man roster. And really, isn't Bishop the only thing you could really take away from that game? Maybe two things. Two things that are meaningful for the season. Because everything else, I think, is just about, hey, who makes the 53-man roster? That everything else is in relation to who makes the team. The two things that happened in that game, two plays that happened in that game that are separate from that, because they're guys that are going to make the team. One is those Bishop plays.
Yep.
Bishop looking strong. And the other is, man, I hope Deion Walker can translate to the NFL because there is some talent there.
There is some stuff there. It was a fantastic performance. I think he ended up with 4 tackles, half a sack, and a TFL. And, it was obviously some of the – you could look at the score sheet in the box score and looked at him and say, okay, he had a very nice game. But if you watched early in that game, him absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage. We've all been looking for a large human in the middle of the defense. I'll take that from our buddy Greg Thompson, who got a number 96 large human jersey.
Like it says large human on the back?
Yes, on the back, yeah. And I think what we've needed is a dominating force that's large in the middle, one tech that can run, defend, but gives you some pass rush ability. He's a pass rusher that they're going to try to develop into a guy that can be a sturdy run defender. I feel like that's really hard to come by somebody his size. He is a good pass rusher in the middle.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited. And, I know TJ Sanders didn't maybe make some of the splash plays that you saw Deion Walker make on Saturday night, but he also, I thought, had a good preseason. I am very interested. You mentioned Walker and then Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
I also left Saturday's game thinking Shane Bichelle should probably be their practice squad quarterback.
The preseason finale featured the one-handed touchdown catch by Tyrell Shavers. And I saw a collective from everybody on Twitter immediately saying, okay, he just made the team with that catch. Did you think the same thing? He made the team the second he made that catch.
I think that if that's what you think, that he probably already made the team before that catch. But it was definitely he can do that kind of moment. And right now, with the conversations being had about, Elijah Moore and about Curtis Samuel and what the wide receiver room is going to look like in a couple of days, I think it probably went a long way into if he was on the bubble, I feel like that was enough to get him over the hump.
What are we hoping to have happen here with him? Like, are people expecting that he's going to make the team and then he's going to play and then he's going to do what? Like, do we think that there's a belief out there that he can do what Mac Hollins did last year?
I think...
Which, let me put the stat line in front of you. And you tell me if this is the ceiling, if it's beyond the ceiling, this is not possible for him.
Sure.
Or even if you think it's likely. I don't think anyone would think this is likely. But 31 catches, 378 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Would that be...
I think not likely, but I think...
Crazy?
If he played the same amount of snaps...
But that's the problem, right?
I think so.
I think if I read off 31 catches, 378 yards, you might go, well, it's not. He could do that. He could have 31 catches and 378 yards. I think that might be the absolute peak.
Yeah, I would agree.
But
I would agree that it's the peak.
Him playing 70% of the snaps in order to get there.
Is that what Mac Hollins played?
Mac Hollins last year played 66%. He played 721 snaps.
I would be very surprised if he plays that.
Oh, I'd be stunned.
I'd be very surprised.
That he's ready to go and that he helps and helps our offense and that he helps Drake. And again, I think that they're building a connection. I think that we've played a lot of different receiver combinations, and I think that that's been good, whether that be in the red zone yesterday or in the 2-minute drive, and guys are rolling in there and kind of finding a role. And so again, I think the expectations are high for all of us, whether it be Steph Diggs or Drake or me or Kyle Williams or anybody out there. The expectations, this is professional football. So, but his attitude's been good. He's had a willingness, and I've decided to keep him out of those preseason games that you mentioned.
That is Mike Vrabel, head coach of the New England Patriots. It's a few minutes on New England. Evan Lazar, our buddy from out in Boston, joining us now on the Western Hotline. 14 teams in 14 days, rolling through the Bills' opponents, brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Get a Northtown Engine Shield engine protection warranty on new and used vehicles. Evan, it's Joe and Nate. Thanks for hopping on this morning.
Anytime, guys. How we doing?
Pretty good. Evan from Patriots.com, host of Patriots Catch 22. What's the biggest question about New England going into roster cutdown day tomorrow? And is it the receivers? Because it feels like there's a lot of guys that could make the team, but I wonder from you how that's looked throughout camp and preseason.
Definitely. That's one of the spots that we're all looking at. Do they keep all 7 of the guys that have maybe competed for roster spots so far here this summer? Do they keep 6? And a guy like Javon Baker, a draft pick last year, might be the odd man out there. So I hesitate to say that it's a deep room because I think there's still questions about top-end talent in that room. But it is a high-volume room in terms of numbers of guys that could make the team. So it's one of the spots. But I think in general, just looking across the roster, it's only been one offseason with Mike Vrabel and this power structure in New England. So the depth is not exactly where they need it to be just yet. They've improved the top half of the roster. I think everybody can see that. But I do think they're going to be active in trying to improve their depth behind their frontline guys.
Was Jalen Polk going to be safe? He's injured now, right? So was there ever going to be a decision to be made about him? Second-round pick from last year? Or do you think he was going to make the team regardless?
I don't think he was going to make the team, to be honest with you.
Okay.
He's had a rough summer injury-wise. Started off injured to start camp, then got healthy, practiced for a little bit, then got hurt on the very first touch that he had in the preseason with that shoulder. So I don't see a path for him making this team if he did stay healthy. Now, it's helpful for him and helpful for the team in some ways that he's going to go on IR because it gives him one more chance next summer to carve out a role, but it was going to be an uphill battle for him.
Let me ask you about TreVeyon Henderson. I think he's sort of been the talk of training camp and of the preseason. He's looked good. I mean, his first touch he takes for a kick return touchdown. Admittedly, I do this a lot when I'm in here. I ask fantasy questions because I'm always interested in what, opposite people that cover other teams. So let me ask you, what's the room look like? I mean, he is flying. It's draft season right now, flying off draft boards very early. Are we looking at a full committee? I mean, you still have Antonio Gibson outside of Ramondre Stevenson. Is this he's a rookie, they're going to slow play him, but by the end of the season, he's kind of the feature back? Or do you expect this to be a full committee approach?
I definitely expect to see a full committee approach. I know that drives the fantasy community nuts, but it just is what Josh McDaniels has always done with his running back outside of a few exceptions. Josh Jacobs in Las Vegas comes to mind, but like Josh Jacobs is a different back in terms of how he's built, right? Like he's a different body type than TreVeyon Henderson, and TreVeyon Henderson had some durability issues at Ohio State until his last year there with Quinshon Judkins kind of splitting the carries with him. So I think the goal for New England with their running backs is to have something similar to what they have going on in Detroit, which is, Ramondre is sort of like the David Montgomery, and then TreVeyon Henderson is the Jahmyr Gibbs. So there's a straight platoon, I would think, between those two guys. And then if Ramondre's struggles and his fumbling issues continue into the season, then maybe Antonio Gibson is the other half of that platoon with TreVeyon Henderson. Like, don't get me wrong, TreVeyon Henderson is going to play plenty. He's going to get plenty of opportunities, but I would say that right now he's a 10 to 12 touch a game guy. Now it could be 10 to 12 touches and he could average 11 or 12 yards per touch. And like the production might still be there because of how explosive and just how dynamic he is. But I don't think that they're going to use him at a super high volume to start.
Stevenson's had fumble issues in the past, too. If that starts coming up, maybe that could play a factor in that room as well. Evan Lazar with us from Patriots.com. Drake May, has he looked any different from last year? How sharp has he looked in year two, training camp, preseason, heading into his second year?
Yeah, I think that he's looked improved, but I don't think it's been an improvement by leaps and bounds just yet because he is learning a totally new offense under Josh McDaniels, and an offense that really asks a lot of different things from the quarterback compared to what they asked of him last year. There's a lot more on his plate at the line of scrimmage now, similarly to what it's always been with Josh Allen. It's a similar system where the quarterback has a lot of say at the line of scrimmage pre-snap, and then post-snap you're reading coverage and coverage shells and things like that instead of maybe just like straight progression reads through 1, 2, 3. So I would say in general, like there's more on his plate this year, which has maybe led to some growing pains adjusting to this offense, but there's no question every time you watch Drake May throw the football, whether it's practice or the little bit that we've seen in the preseason, that the talent, the physical talent is unquestioned. There's no doubt that he has all the physical talent in the world to be a franchise quarterback, but kind of like your guy early on, it's just a matter of can he put it all together and can he be consistent play to play with his mechanics, with his accuracy, with his decision making.
One thing that I guess has surprised me, Evan, coming out of training camp and throughout the preseason is Kyle Duggar. They signed the safety to a contract extension last offseason, a big one at that. And now it's the rumors are that the Patriots are trying to shop and trade him. What exactly happened? Just players behind him elevating, or new regime and maybe not their type of player?
I would say it's more the latter there in terms of the new regime and the new coaching staff. He did have ankle surgery in the off season, so there has been some chatter about him bouncing back from that surgery a little bit slower than maybe you would expect from an ankle injury. So it's taken him a little while to get 100% healthy. But at the same time, I think the bigger thing here is what they ask of their safeties in a Mike Vrabel defense and a Terrell Williams defense is significantly different than what Bill Belichick and then, by association, Gerard Mayo was asking of the safeties, mainly that they are wanting their safeties to cover a lot more ground in the back end in coverage, and they are going to want those guys to be rangy, to be able to cover man-to-man against tight ends, like that sort of thing, whereas in the old Belichick system, you're kind of like a hybrid safety, they would call them, where they're almost pseudo linebackers at times. So that allowed Kyle Duggar to play in the box and play physically and come downhill at the line of scrimmage and be more of an aggressive player. Whereas in this defense, I think you're going to be more, let's keep the top on the defense. Let's play up top, post safety, split safety coverages and range over the top. So they have Craig Woodson, their rookie, who they really like. They drafted him in the 4th round. Jalen Hawkins, a veteran player that's been kicking around. And then so far right now, Jabril Peppers is ahead of Kyle Duggar on the depth chart. So that's sort of how you get to where we've gotten with Kyle Duggar. Last thing on that, I would just say with Peppers, they're a little bit redundant. Peppers and Duggar are similar players. They both belong closer to the ball. So if you have two of those types of guys, then, are they able to play together at a good level? And I think the Patriots coaching staff this year has decided that they really only want one of those guys on the field at a time.
Quick follow-up on that. If they can't find a trade partner, do you think they'll cut Duggar?
You know what? I don't. I think the main reason is I really feel like they're one off season away from being able to turn over the roster in that respect. I think there are a handful of guys that fit the old defense in particular, Duggar, Anthony Jennings, Jelani Tavai, who probably aren't in the long-term plans for Mike Vrabel, but if you cut those guys, then you're just losing NFL talent on a roster that isn't incredibly deep. So I think that they probably hang on to a bunch of those guys for one more year. Worst case scenario, they're just like injury replacements, and if they have to play them, then you tweak things. I just don't know if they're in a position to be cutting players like that, and then you get to a point where they have a rash of injuries at linebacker or safety. You're playing guys that are really probably belong on a practice squad somewhere.
Right. And at the moment, it looks like they have the most cap space in the league, so it's not like they need the money for it. And next year, it looks like a Duggar release would be more appetizing anyway than it would right now for money, even for next year.
100%, yeah.
Yeah. Very last thing for you. Nate said today, revealed that he's seen The Town 20 times. Have you seen The Town less than 20 times? I'm guessing yes.
I've seen it less than 20 times, but
Okay.
I've seen it a pretty good amount of times. I will admit. I mean, not as many as Joe Mazzulla, but definitely
right.
I've seen it a few times.
Right. Four times a week or something, he said. Or 5, I don't even remember.
How does
Every
an
day.
NBA head coach have the time in his
I don't
schedule
know. He
to watch
wasn't
The
being
Town?
literal.
It's not a short movie.
He wasn't being literal then, right?
I
There's
don't
no
think
way.
he was. No.
I don't remember.
No. He said that they force him to watch movies to get him to stop watching tape,
right?
Because he's like maniacal about studying opponents and stuff like that. So
yeah.
The coaching staff was legitimately worried about his mental health at different points. So they were like, no, we're gonna mix in a movie from time to time to get you to stop working, and so that's how the thing with The Town started. But he was actually at Patriots practice a couple of weeks ago. With his son, who plays football here for a high school in New England, and actually plays outside linebacker, same position as Mike Vrabel. So he was getting some pointers from Vrabel on the sideline during practice, which was pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, he's got a season coming up. I'm sure the hot take machine is ready to get fired up on the Celtics season in Missoula, depending on how that goes. But we'll see. I might even like a sneaky bet on them to win the East. We'll talk about that later.
Okay.
We don't have time right now for that.
I was a Knicks fan that you just triggered.
Yeah,
me, so
I'm just messing with
that,
Nate.
yeah.
Thanks, Evan, as always. We'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Evan Lazar on the Western Hotline. You don't like my Celtics pick? The East stinks. Part of my Celtics take is it's more hate for Jason Tatum anyway. They won the title without him, basically. He was like the 5th best player during the finals.
Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, I'm not.
So
a
what?
huge,
They can't win it without him now.
They
got rid of some other guys. Doesn't matter.
But they got
Basketball's
there
so far
in
off.
large part because of Tatum, though.
Yeah.
So
time out here. When we come back, maybe a quick follow up on that Kyle Duggar situation.
Yeah.
Does that feel like it's a place we want to poke around?
No.
Kyle Duggar, safety?
Not for 4
maybe they
years at
just answered
$58 million. I mean, it's just so much money. It's so much money.
803-0550 is the phone number. Jody Biasi, Nate Geary here on WGR. Isn't the preseason the greatest defense for running backs are as replaceable as any position in the sport, and that's why they don't get paid? The guy that is Travion Young, the name of the running back the Bills signed on like Thursday, and then he played against the Bucs, and then they cut him already.
Yeah, and then they had
he got the ball in his first snap, and he's like, this guy made a guy miss, and he looked good. But that's running backs. You just sign a guy off the street, not even for your team, for the preseason.
Right.
And like, oh, that guy's got some juice.
Just so that Frank Gore doesn't have to tote the rock every single play.
Right. Just there are, not to take all credit away from all running backs, but there are 9,000 running backs
there are
in the world that I feel like can do things.
Very few like truly elite ones, but then like the group that is just like present, it's probably the one position that's, I don't mean
just
to say
give
it this
them
way,
the
not
rock.
easy to play, but it just is like.
I think you could say it.
Yeah.
In comparison to the other positions, easier to play. I think like if we were going to have a debate about what the hardest position to play is, I don't think we would mention it. Now we get the Ryder Cup in a month.
We do have the Ryder Cup.
Which, if we care at all about this, Keegan Bradley, did you see his dilemma is he's got to decide whether he puts himself on the team.
Yeah.
He's the captain. He's been playing really well. What did he finish? 5th yesterday? He was in the top 10.
He was scaring it on Sunday. I was paying attention. I kept kind of loading the leaderboard as we were playing golf just to kind of see where things were. And Keegan, for a minute there, I think got to 15 or 16 under, and I was like, man, if Keegan wins, he has to. I mean, he has to put himself in. I still think he's got to put himself in over Colin Morikawa. I mean, Morikawa hasn't played well this year.
Yeah,
he's up there, and so I mean, they have to pick some guys that are just the names for political reasons. But like, I have zero interest in seeing Patrick Cantlay play. I don't need to see Patrick Cantlay on that team.
I think there is not a golfer I enjoy watching less than he's so
There's nothing
slow.
about him that
sometimes
I enjoy.
it's you. Sometimes you think he's kidding with how slow he is. Be caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR to win a pair of tickets to the National Buffalo Wing Fest Saturday, August 30th. 5 days from today, this Saturday, and also this Sunday, plus 2 Wing Fest t-shirts, courtesy of Buffalo Wing Fest. For event hours and tickets, visit buffalowing.com. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Nate is in. And we just talked a little bit about the Patriots with Evan Lazar. If you missed that, check it out on demand, or you can go back in the YouTube stream. Also, from yesterday, we talked about the Tommy Fleetwood win, which is great for him.
And golf.
And golf.
Him and golf.
Is there another golfer that doesn't have a win that we're thinking about for that?
Cam Young won recently, so he's...
Yeah. Like, what's the next golf chase? Rory got his major.
Yep.
Fleetwood got his win. I'm not thinking about, like, Fowler winning. He's so far away from that right now.
Spieth? Getting back?
The career Grand Slam. He needs one more. What does he need?
He needs Masters.
No, he has the Masters, doesn't he?
I thought he had...
He won the Masters.
He has the U.S. Open.
He doesn't have a PGA championship.
Really?
Yeah, he has the Masters. He has the U.S. Open.
I knew he had the Open, yeah.
He's kind of like Fowler. He's probably doing better than Fowler, but he's not in contention at these majors, right?
Is the next big thing Scotty going for the Grand Slam? And could he do it?
In 1 year?
Could he do it in...
I don't know. I heard actually Bryson DeChambeau in an interview say, he got asked that question. And he said, it's so hard with how good the fields are now that I would not expect to ever see a Grand Slam in my lifetime. He's like, as long as I live, I bet you I won't see someone win 4 in 1 year. Oh, you mean career Grand Slam?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, career Grand Slam.
I thought you meant 4 in 1 year.
I also agree with Bryson. I don't think it'll happen.
We'll never see
I don't think so.
Tiger didn't do it. He won 4 in a row, but they weren't all in the same year.
Correct.
Spieth at majors. Spieth is not finished
outside the top 20 and
he's got 1 top 5 in his last 3 years in majors. He's missed the cut 3 times.
Scheffler?
No, this is Spieth.
Oh, yeah.
Spieth for career Grand Slam. I know he's 1 away, but the one he needs, the PGA Championship, here's his last 5 years. Cut, 43rd, 29th, 34th, 30th, 71st. He hasn't been close.
No.
In 2019, he finished 3rd.
I'd like him to get back to it.
I don't really like him. I don't know if I need him. Spieth?
Oh man, I love Spieth.
He's kind of a crazy person.
Yeah,
but he's also a jerk, right?
Is he?
A little bit. He's always yelling at his caddy.
No,
he's mean to his caddy. That's
Greller and him are they're boys. They're very they have a lot of back and forths.
Mm-hmm. The way Jordan was to Steve Kerr, which he punched him in the face.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he's not punching him in the face, but
not that we see.
What am I watching?
You'd get kicked off the tournament, right? For that, if you punched your caddy
in the face,
I think you'd be removed from the tournament. You'd be removed from the tournament.
Having said that, Wyndham Clark did.
Well, he got
deface Oakmont's locker room.
Well, he got banned.
He did get banned.
So,
but he has a path to return if he takes counseling and does a bunch of other weird stuff.
Yeah. Which I don't know if he'll do.
Wyndham Clark.
803-0550 is the phone number. If you've got a thought on the 53-man roster or you got a question about a guy, feel free to get in. Tyrell Shavers with the one-handed catch on Saturday. Jordan Phillips is going to show up, it looks like, and I have no idea who that's going to
look
be
like
bad
either.
news for.
Yeah.
We'll see. Jody Biasi, Nate Geary here on WGR. FedEx Cup.
Yeah.
Playoffs. Tommy
Didn't
Fleetwood
really feel like playoffs.
Won he won the Tour Championship.
Yes.
I recognize that, and I know they did away with the hey, if you are number 1 in points in the FedEx Cup playoff, you start the Tour Championship 7 under.
Yeah.
And if you are, in 20th place, you start 3 over, so on and so forth. But that got they got rid of that.
Yep.
And they go into this tournament and everybody's just playing clean right from the start. So he wins the whole thing over Scheffler?
It looks like that, yeah.
Even though Scheffler had more points, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I
thought
don't
Scheffler
know.
had more points.
It's confusing. I'm pretty sure
Scotty
won the season long, and Tommy Fleetwood won the Tour Championship.
I believe Scheffler was asked about this sort of exact situation before the tournament.
Yeah.
He was asked by a reporter, like, do you think this is right that somebody can come win this tournament after not really doing anything all year? And the reporter actually said, like, we could have Patrick Cantlay win the championship. Does that feel right to you? And Scheffler's like, whoa, we're saying names now? And like, but that was the basis of the question.
That's the name I would have said.
Right.
So.
I mean,
Patrick Cantlay.
He was kind of asked about it and had to give a diplomatic answer, but I think he was like, I kind of think that's lame.
Yeah.
I dominated this year.
I'll say this. He won 3 tournaments during this, what they would call the FedEx Cup playoffs, which I don't think golf has figured it out at all.
No.
And I don't think their previous incarnations of it really figured it out either. I actually liked what you mentioned to Brian last week about like a match play bracket.
It almost has to be that.
That's the only way you could do it. Because this is, hey, we have this point system, and hey,
but that goes
Scheffler,
out the window the
right.
second the last tournament here comes.
Right.
Yeah,
Scotty Scheffler. Imagine you're in a golf tournament it's a month long, and with 1 week to go, you are 1,000 points ahead, no matter what the thing is. You got 1,000 more points than anybody else. And hey, going into the championship, everybody gets wiped clean. Everybody goes to 0, and we're just playing the top 30 are in the tournament, and that's
weird.
it.
For the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Saturday, 23-19. To read more on that game and Sal's thoughts on it, read Sal's Arrow Up, Arrow Down article on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills now have the task of cutting down their 53-man roster by tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reported yesterday the Bills have hosted tackle Jordan Phillips for a visit and are expected to sign him to a 53-man roster spot later this week. Phillips was signed with the Bills last season after the Cowboys released him in November, and he played in parts of 5 years for the Bills over his career so far, dating back to 2018. Elsewhere in the NFL, Sports Illustrated John Shipley reported yesterday the Jacksonville Jaguars are shopping running back Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby. Etienne was the Jaguars' first-round pick in 2021 and has started for his first 2 seasons. However, he split the backfield last year with Bigsby. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday that the New England Patriots are shopping safety Kyle Duggar. Duggar has played all 5 years of his NFL career with the Patriots so far, being a key piece of their defense. In Cleveland, the Browns are expected to give quarterback Shedeur Sanders a roster spot despite recent struggles in the preseason. The Browns have recently named Joe Flacco the starting quarterback, and head coach Kevin Stefanski is hopeful Kenny Pickett will be the team's backup despite a hamstring injury. In baseball, the New York Yankees snap a 3-game losing streak last night, beating the Boston Red Sox 7-2. Meanwhile, the Toronto Blue Jays lost 5-3 to the Miami Marlins. After the weekend, the Red Sox are 5 games back, and the Yankees are 5.5 games back behind the Blue Jays for the lead in the AL East. And in golf, Tommy Fleetwood finally secures his first ever PGA Tour win yesterday by winning the Tour Championship and FedEx Cup. Fleetwood shot 18 under throughout the weekend, beating Russell Henley and Patrick Cantlay, who were both in second by 3 strokes. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, and he knows he didn't play last week the way he wanted to play. You know, he was on an upward trajectory, and then he had the game, and he wanted some plays back for sure in that game, and thought he had a good week, very intentional week of practice, and then you see the result tonight, right? So that's the journey of a young player, and we're going to have to count on these young players, and there's going to be some moments where it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and so, you know, with that, when they're taking that step back, we have to get them back as quickly as we can to those next 2 steps forward, and so that's mentally, physically, the whole way, so that's important for us. Yeah.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott on Deion Walker, who had a couple of great moments against Tampa on Saturday. Who's had more hype as a day 3 pick than Deion Walker? 4th round pick.
More hype.
The last time you had a day 3 pick for the Bills that was this hyped going into the season. Not that everyone's expecting him to win like Rookie of the Year, but people think he's going to play and going to matter, I think.
I think he's definitely going to matter.
Like last year, it was nobody, right? Like Ray Davis, maybe a little bit. Justin Shorter, right? Shakir?
There wasn't that immediate buzz about him, though.
But there were people that loved him in the draft.
Yeah.
Right? And right away, we're talking him up. That kind of subsided, though, when he started playing in his rookie year and really didn't do anything, and then they tried to replace him with Cole Beasley off the couch. So that kind of went away. Benford just showed up and played, right? Like I don't remember any talk about him. Gabe? Was there hype about Gabe?
Not until the season started, it felt like.
Same thing, he just kind of showed up. Remember he had that touchdown against Miami?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, he's on the field.
Right.
Like, that was the story. This is before the season. It's like Deion Walker.
Right.
It's rare. I don't think it's happened any time. I mean, they've had their day 3 hits. Taron Johnson, Milano.
Big time. Yeah.
Benford. Wyatt Teller doesn't play here, but that's a great player.
You said Milano, right?
Milano, I said, yeah. There was some Colby Listenby hype. 2 shows in the last week.
Derek Rogers. Well, he was UDFA.
Yeah, that's right.
Brandon Riley.
How big an impact? I mean, what is right to expect from their rookies? Because the rookies are maybe going to be the strongest catalyst to them getting, if they jump up defensively,
it's because they're rookies.
Yeah, it could be a couple things. It could be the linebackers being healthy.
Could be Joey Bosa's back to being like vintage Joey Bosa.
Could be that. Like, what are people expecting is the number one catalyst for them getting better on defense? Because right now, I might say linebacker.
Okay.
Being healthy. Just they haven't been healthy. I don't think many would say Cole Bishop right now, right?
Probably. Well, it's not based on what they've seen, but if they were to take the step, I think in large part it would be because Cole Bishop's good.
But I don't know how many people are confident in that right now.
Yeah.
The corners could have been the answer, but they're both hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you'd say that. It would right now at this moment. It's either going to be Bosa, the linebackers, or your rookie linemen are great.
Yeah,
they just show up out of the gates, and they perform, and they are giving you more than what you had last year when you've got to bring Quentin Jefferson off the street,
right?
And you got to be playing Epinesa like as much as you've ever played a defensive end because you just don't have many bodies. But even that, Walker looks good. Sanders looks good, right?
Sanders looks good as well, yeah.
Landon Jackson's a ghost.
He has not been...
Haven't heard his name.
He has not played well in the preseason, no.
I've asked, Sal, and I've looked for him at practices, and at St. John Fisher just wasn't standing out, I don't think. Preseason wasn't really standing out.
Yeah.
The only time I saw his name this weekend was John Ledyard, who covers the Bucks, on top of other, the Steelers and other things, but he covers the Bucks, and he's given praise to their undrafted offensive linemen
for
how
locking him down,
completely shut out Landon Jackson.
Yeah,
that's not good. He's getting dominated by an undrafted tackle in the preseason.
It's never good. So
I don't know if he's ready to make an impact right away, but the two defensive tackles, they might. I don't know what would be the popular answer there. They're going to get better on defense.
Probably
I told
Bosa.
you they're going to get better. It's
I'd
Bosa?
say Bosa.
You think he plays enough during the regular season for that?
I do, yeah. I do. I think so.
I mean, I would hope so. 8 sacks. Take it?
Yeah, I would he should be a double-digit sack guy.
But I don't know if he plays enough for that. Part of the point about the Bills never having double-digit sack guys is they rotate so much.
Yeah.
Like Vaughn was on his way to doing it. Leonard Floyd did it once. And is that it? 10 sack seasons for the Bills? I think that's it.
Yeah, Jerry Hughes
under
and
Sean
Leonard
McDermott.
Floyd.
Hughes didn't get there.
Hughes didn't get there.
He only did when Mario Williams was across from him. So he didn't do it. Ed Oliver hasn't done it from the inside. Bosa, it would be great if he could get a 13 sack season. You'd want to pay him. You'd want to extend him if he does that. But I don't know how likely that is to happen if he's only going to be playing a managed workload, which is what I would want for him.
I would take 8 now that I think about it.
803-0550. Marvin on a cell's next. What's up, Marvin?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. Old cynical Marvin here. Why would you bring Jordan Phillips back when you have Carter, you have that new fella, 96, Sanders, playing outstanding football? I mean, I pinpoint and watch the games, and why would you bring him back? It saddens me to see this. And Trey White, the guy had 2 major injuries. You bring him back, and it's like, oh, my God, Trey White only looks so good. And he won't even be playing the first game. And I'm sorry he got hurt, but I wish they would have never brought him back. He got cut by 2 teams for a reason. And the other thing, excuse me, I'm sorry. The other thing that I'd like you to discuss is why that they don't bring in another tight end and let him play different 3 tight end sets. I don't ever see it. Never see it.
Yeah, thanks, Marvin, for the call. On that, I don't. I wonder if Jeremy's listening right now at the idea of let's take one more wide receiver off the field.
Yes, and add a third tight end.
How about a no receiver formation? How about that?
I think it's possible.
3 tight ends and 3. What's goal line in Madden?
Yeah, just
3
goal
tight
line.
ends and 2 running backs.
Yeah,
right. No, I don't need to do that. They have Jackson Hawes. He's going to play some this year. So, if you want a third tight end playing, you're probably going to have a third tight end playing more this year than ever.
The question is how many times I'm going to call him Spencer Hawes before his first name sticks with me.
Spencer Hawes?
Yeah.
Who's that?
He's used to play in the NBA, center. Big, tall guy, Spencer Hawes.
I'm never going to do that.
I
wish you hadn't said it.
I'm going to do it.
I was never going to make that mistake.
Minimum 4 more times.
Okay, I don't think many Bills fans were ready to make a mistake.
Well, it's just you have to understand the sports encyclopedia in my head.
That Spencer Hawes is rattling around up there, who's a rotational.
Once Hawes is there, it's my brain automatically associates Hawes with Spencer Hawes.
I can't even think of another Hawes in sports.
There's not. That's why. Spencer Hawes was the pinnacle of Hawes in sports.
So that can't be very good then.
No.
On the Jordan Phillips part of it.
Yes.
I don't necessarily get it fully either. I guess if the most reasonable defense for me on who he would replace is not Dwayne Carter. It is not even Larry Ogunjobi. Because then I still got to figure out who makes the 53-man roster, because then I got to cut somebody else. If I cut Ogunjobi, I still have to cut somebody else that I was planning on keeping to put Phillips on the roster. It's Daquan Jones. That's the one that makes the most sense. If you told me,
I don't know,
hey, I either can have
starting defensive tackle, you're starting one
I know, but it's I can either have Daquan Jones or can have Jordan Phillips and $4.5 million.
Okay, here's the thing.
That's a defendable.
You don't have
position.
a true one technique then on your entire defensive tackle roster if you get rid of him.
You know, I don't know that the Bills necessarily want a true one. They kind of act like they don't think they need true one technique.
You have to have one anchor. You have to.
Who was it last year?
Him.
Jones?
Yeah.
Okay. And they had Phillips in there.
But Phillips is a 3-tech.
Yeah, but
So is TJ Sanders. So is Ed Oliver. And Deion Walker could we want him to play one tech. I don't know that he's definitely not an every down one tech. So let's just start there. They don't have every down one techs. Right now,
that's what I mean.
As it stands, they have 3 3-techs and 2 1-techs. And Dwayne Carter is a 3-tech.
Yep.
So to me, it has to be Carter. It has to be. You can't drain yourself. You can't have one guy that you're projecting to be a 1-tech and get rid of the only guy that's an actual true one technique.
What are the odds you think they move on from a 3rd-round pick that quickly?
He's been underwhelming.
Have they ever? I know he's been underwhelming, but have they ever done that?
So they might think they can get him to the practice squad.
A 3rd-round pick? Somebody takes a flyer on that.
Maybe.
Somebody had him as a 2nd-round pick, and it didn't end up happening, and they say, hey, we liked that guy in the draft last year. Let's take a shot at him.
I'm wrong a lot. I would be willing to bet quite a bit that it's not Daquan Jones.
I mean, the earliest the Bills have moved on from a 3rd-round pick, you go through their history. Dorian Williams, still on the team. Terrell Bernard, still on the team. Spencer Brown, still on the team. Zach Moss. Is that into his 3rd year where they trade him?
Yes.
They don't cut him. They trade him in the middle of his 3rd season. Devin Singletary finished out the contract. Dawson Knox, still here. Harrison Phillips finished out his rookie contract. I mean, I'm pre-McDermott. Pre-McDermott and Bean. John Miller. Adolphus Washington.
The Dolph, baby. The Dolph.
Marquise Goodwin. TJ Graham. Man, they have Calvin Shepard. Who was the last 3rd-round pick they moved on from going into year 2? Alex Carrington. Nope. Now we're into players I don't remember, so I can't do that.
Yeah.
So it would be unprecedented. I'm not saying it can't happen.
It wasn't that good of a draft class for them, to be honest. And if it is Dwayne Carter, then it's an admittance a little bit that you got it wrong.
And as someone called up earlier wanted to point out, that's the player that they got in the Worthy trade.
It is
they traded up.
I don't think that will be
They went
in
from
the
round
back.
4 to round 3.
That will not be in the back of their minds. Oh, well, this is the guy in the.
You don't think
No. Either you like the player, they either like the player or they don't.
I think you're probably right. That's how they should operate. That should not matter in the formula of whether or not to keep him. But these guys are human beings, and if Ty goes to the guy that doesn't make us look bad because that was our trade and now everybody's going to point it out,
that's not going to be the reason they keep him.
Shouldn't be. No, you would keep him because he's a 3rd-round pick and you don't give up on 3rd-round picks that quickly.
Yeah.
Boogie Basham they gave up on how quickly?
Pretty quick.
That was after year 2, though, wasn't it? He played 2 years, didn't he? That was not 2nd year.
He might have.
They traded him for basically nothing.
He stunk.
He played 2 seasons for the Bills.
Yeah, he stunk.
And then he got traded. Basham. 803-0550 is the phone number. Also, Marvin talking about Trey White there too. I don't expect a ton from Tre'Davious White. So I guess my opinion on their impact for the Baltimore game, if he can't play, is really not changed all that much.
Yeah, they're not playing the Bengals.
No, I put a Twitter poll up earlier about this. How confident are you in the Bills' defense going into week 1 with all their injuries and everything? And 63% said they're nervous about the Baltimore game. Only 13% said they're confident. And that is Isn't that about where we were going into the playoff game last year? How confident were fans? Not that they couldn't win that game, but that they could win it that way. That they could get a couple stops, they could get a couple turnovers.
Yeah.
They could shut down an offense that, I mean, statistically, they were like the best rushing offense ever as a team. And they didn't do the job in terms of forcing stops, but they forced their turnovers. And I'm left to believe that going into week 1, they're probably going to need the same thing. They're going to need to force a couple of turnovers. Or I think Baltimore might light them up. They've got their injuries too. I mean, Isaiah Likely might not play that game. And they're a team that's built through their tight ends. If they line up with 3 receivers against the Bills, I mean, DeAndre Hopkins is a shell of himself, but I would say advantage DeAndre Hopkins against whatever corner he's going up against. Remember, he got to Kansas City late last year, didn't he?
Did he?
Didn't he get there late? He was traded, wasn't he? From Tennessee? He was still on Tennessee. So, full off season on a new team. I'm not saying he's going to be what he used to be, but that's a player, as a guy I wouldn't want a rookie going up against, right? I don't want Dorian Strong going up against. Hopkins will be like, oh, you're giving me a day 3 rookie in week 1. I'm going to... But he's a technician. Like he's gonna know how to get open against that guy.
I guess, yeah.
It would be the mental part of the game for me, at least in that one.
He's cooked. He's old. He's cooked.
I bet you right now, what's his over-under for week 1? I would take the over.
Really?
Yeah.
What? And it's probably 15.5.
He's 33 years old. He caught 41
I might take 15.5. Yeah, right. He was Mac Hollins last year.
He
is what he was. He was Mac Hollins without the special teams.
He played 6 games for Tennessee and 10 games for Kansas City last season. And the previous year, he had 1,000 yards the previous year.
He's cooked.
Had some injuries last year.
Their receiving core is worse than the Bills.
Ooh, I don't know that I
would take Shakir over Flowers.
Oh, I would not do that.
You wouldn't?
No.
Really?
They're not that far apart. And they're similar players, but I would take Flowers. Yeah.
I would take Shakir.
Flowers can actually move around the offense more than Shakir can. I could put Flowers outside and get away with it. And Shakir has yet to prove that. I don't need a nitpick, though. Like I think those two are they're similar.
I think their receiver groups are closer, but I do think the Bills from top to bottom are better than theirs.
I'm looking right now. I think I take the Ravens.
Who do they have behind Hopkins?
I would take Bateman.
Who do they have behind Hopkins?
Devontae Walker, Tylan Wallace, Anthony Miller. Nothing much. But what?
At least the Bills have accomplished players.
Sure. Curtis Samuel.
He's going to be on the field. He's got a 1,000-yard season under his belt.
The Bills have more names. Mm-hmm. Definitely will say that. But
better overall group.
I like the Ravens' top 3 better. Depth, they'll give it to the Bills.
Well, it's because you don't like Keon Coleman yet.
No, not yet. No, I need to see it from him in the regular season.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I think that is the type of player that can fool people in the offseason more than any. The highlight reel catches that are going to get onto Twitter.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he can't be good. I'm not writing him off completely, but I'm just not taking a lot of stock in those types of plays. And I'd take more stock in Sal telling us and those that are watching practice that he's looked more consistent this year. That would be the reason that I would be buying in more. Bills and Baltimore. How many positions do you think you could do that with? How many positions would you take the Bills over the Ravens?
How many what?
How many positions would you take the Bills over the Ravens? You would take the Bills receivers?
I would take the Bills receivers.
You would take the Bills line, right?
Yes, offensive line, yes.
Okay. Tight end room?
No.
Baltimore.
Yeah.
Running back room? Baltimore.
Yeah.
Defensive line? Baltimore's defensive line looks pretty good.
I would say edge, Baltimore. I think interior, I might take the Bills.
Okay. Linebacker? Roquan Smith?
And who?
Trenton Simpson.
I'll take the Bills because
I
think Milano and Roquan are close enough for me that the difference. I would say that's a toss-up. Let's go toss-up at linebacker.
All right. Secondary. Ravens.
Entire secondary.
In a blowout.
Entire secondary.
Right?
Yep. How about coaching?
They have coaching. I'm not a big Harbaugh guy.
Either am I.
I used to be, but I don't know. He started driving me crazy recently. The Ravens secondary, I mean, Kyle Hamilton and Malachi Starks at safety. Marlon Humphrey. Jair Alexander's kind of like Trey White, though. Like
a little bit, yeah.
He's not on the field.
Yeah.
Actually, Trey White's practiced a lot more than
Who's
Jair
their other
Alexander
boundary
is.
corner?
Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins, former first-round pick.
Week one. I love that it's Sunday night also because that means I could just watch Red Zone all day.
Yeah.
Just stew in all the football before we get rolling to the Bills game that night.
You're like 5 o'clock pregame or whatever it is.
Yeah, and we get the 2 night games before that on Thursday and Friday.
Yep.
Friday night, Chiefs and Chargers.
Let's go.
Come on, Chargers. For once in your lives, just do the thing everyone knows you're capable of. Right? Everyone knows you're capable of it. You just refuse to do it. Ever. 803-0550 is the phone number. We have a Matt Damon poll from earlier as well, and Nate does not like the results of that one. Great actor.
Insane.
The audience says great actor on Matt Damon, and I agree. You're the complete opposite of the spectrum. You think he stinks. Just brutal. 4% agree with you. Timeout here. When we come back, look around the league a little bit more. There's a couple other big names that could be on the move. We mentioned Travis Etienne a little bit earlier on. We also got to get to Jordan Phillips' number. If you haven't seen the number that Jordan Phillips is going to wear,
it's atrocious.
We might have to help him figure out a different number than the one he picked.
It's a non-starter for me.
A non-starter, like off the team.
He can't play on the team with the current number he's wearing.
All right, we'll let you know what number Jordan Phillips is wearing as well when we come back.
Well, speaking of, bringing back guys that they know, yesterday the, news comes out that the Bills are intending to sign Jordan Phillips to their 53-man roster, not the practice squad, is the report that I saw. So if that's the case, Sal, what does that really mean for the defensive tackle position? Because it didn't feel like a position that needed a Jordan Phillips type ad this late in the game, considering the suspension with Ogunjobi coming up. And to me, the guy that this spells some trouble for is their third-round pick of last year, Dwayne Carter.
It could. I thought about him, Nate. I mean, I don't know. It's tough for me to make sense of it. I think it's got to be one of 3 guys, obviously, but let's walk through them, okay? It could be for Dwayne Carter, and I agree. Like, he has not flashed, and he played late into the preseason.
Yep.
Let's go back to, though, are you going to bail on a guy that you just drafted in, what was it, third or fourth round?
Third round.
Fourth round last year.
Yep.
Third round last year. Are you going to bail? It could happen. It's not, like, out of the realm of possibility, but are you going to bail on a guy like that who, you just drafted in the third round? He's a young player still, and you're developing. Okay, yes, there's a possibility there. Then I think about Daquan Jones. $5.5 million savings if you move on from Daquan Jones. Right, that's a pretty good chunk considering the Bills right now are really tight against the cap. And if you've seen enough from Deion Walker and TJ Sanders to say, you know what, that's something we're comfortable with doing. And then you have Larry Ogunjobi, which is really interesting because obviously he's suspended for 6 weeks, but he's not going to count on the roster. So you could cut him and save money, but you don't need the roster spot. Like the thing I keep coming back into my head is this. Let's say it's for Larry Ogunjobi. Let's say they decide Larry Ogunjobi is the guy. We're going to move on from him. Is there really a need to bring in another guy in the 53 right now? There's not, because he's not counting a roster spot.
Now we get the Ryder Cup in a month.
We do have the Ryder Cup.
Which, if we care at all about this, Keegan Bradley, did you see his dilemma is he's got to decide whether he puts himself on the team.
Yeah.
He's the captain. He's been playing really well. What did he finish? 5th yesterday. He was in the top 10.
He was scaring it on Sunday. I was paying attention. I kept kind of loading the leaderboard as we were playing golf just to kind of see where things were. And Keegan, for a minute there, I think got to 15 or 16 under, and I was like, man, if Keegan wins, he has to. I mean, he has to put himself in. I still think he's got to put himself in over Colin Morikawa. I mean, Morikawa hasn't played well this year.
Yeah,
he's up there, and so I mean, they have to pick some guys that are just the names for political reasons. But like, I have zero interest in seeing Patrick Cantlay play. I don't need to see Patrick Cantlay on that team.
I think there is not a golfer I enjoy watching less than he's so
There's nothing
slow.
about him that
sometimes
I enjoy.
it's you. Sometimes you think he's kidding with how slow he is. Hey, get ready for the inaugural Back Tee Golf Classic coming up Monday, September 29th at Gowanda Country Club. It's a full day of golf, community, and giving back. The car giveaway on par 3 hole-in-one contest, a $10,000 cash prize putting contest, raffles, silent auction, and more. All proceeds go to the Spina Bifida Clinic at Oshai Children's Hospital. Spots are limited. Register now at backteegolfclassic.com. Let's help and make a difference. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. 803-0550 is the phone number here on WGR. Jordan Phillips is coming back to the Bills, reportedly, and he has sent out on Instagram, on his own Instagram, a picture of his locker at the Bills facilities. And there's two things to notice. One, it doesn't say his last name. It says Jordan Big Phil. So he's running with his nickname on the locker plate. And he's wearing a new number because Joey Bosa is wearing number 97. And he's going to be wearing number 52, which I think is a tough number for a defensive tackle. That is a middle linebacker number. I can't think of a 52 playing defensive line that has felt like a good player ever.
Yeah, 52 is there's so many of these now since they changed the jersey number rules where these guys can wear whatever they want.
Yeah,
just do not make sense to me in my brain, and this is definitely on that list.
Yeah, I remember thinking like when Marcel Darius played at Alabama, he wore 57, and I thought that looked cool. I thought that looked good. Some difference between the 7 and the 2 here, though, because 52 doesn't strike me as a very...
That's interesting, because 2 and 7 are visually pretty similar, if you think about it.
Are they? 2 and 7?
2.
There was a race car
7.
driver that used to do an upside-down number 2 as a number 7.
Okay.
I remember that. I remember seeing that as a kid, like in NASCAR, and being really confused.
Put a poll up. Does a 2 and a 7 look visually? I'm just kidding. I'm looking at 52 in Bill's history, and I can't find a defensive lineman.
Yeah,
Like,
everyone's a linebacker.
The closest, like Preston Brown. The closest I've got is Arthur Motes, who is more of an edge rusher, right? And also a linebacker. So that's the closest that that I think you're going to get. So Jordan Phillips expected to come back to the Bills in the next few days. And again, we've been talking about it today. Like, do not know what that's going to do to the 53-man roster. I think the money saved on Daquan Jones makes that look like the most appealing choice.
Yeah.
Rather than giving up on a third-round pick. But
yeah, giving up on Carter this early, I think, would be a really tough blow. In that, even more so because of the context of that draft specifically. Mm-hmm. It was such a huge draft for them, and to not, like, 1 year in, acknowledge that pick was not worth it and that was a mistake.
Yep,
is a really tough thing to admit. But I think if it's the right move, you got to do it. But it seems like you wouldn't want to give up on that guy that early. Because he's done some stuff, I thought, last year that he popped and I thought looked good at times. Mm-hmm. And he hasn't had a great spring to what everybody's saying. He's been kind of invisible, but he's a young guy. You want to hope that he can kind of fight through that. And cutting him or trading him, you're not going to get the third-round pick back for him. You're not going to get anything close to that back. And if you cut him, you're getting nothing. So...
Right, late round pick swap maybe at the bit, like, you're not getting anything of value. The worst sign for him was that he was made inactive so many times last year. That he had that one pop play against Houston. But I remember Joe Marino on Locked On Bills pointing out as last year was going on, because I think some thought, like, after he had that couple of big moments against Houston, like, all right, this is going pretty well. And I remember Joe breaking down, like, this is not going great. And then the Bills must have agreed, because they made him inactive for 5 games in a row.
Right.
And then even after that, he did not play much after he was made inactive. I mean, he played in garbage time a little bit. He played a little bit against the Rams and the Lions. He did not play in the postseason for the Bills last year. So the trust factor... Like, the trust factor was, we think we need to go get guys that have been here and replace you with Quentin Jefferson off the street. So I guess that's the biggest pessimistic view of what he is right now as an asset. I do think Bills fans do a pretty good job, though, of not thinking about, I think this is true, at least we don't get the calls about it, or you don't see it on Twitter all the time, about belaboring the revisionist history of a trade.
Yeah.
Because in this instance, we had one call about it earlier. Carter being the piece that the Bills basically get for trading down with Kansas City last season. Right. That worthy trade, what they get out of it is they move up from round 4 to round 3, and they draft Dwayne Carter. And if you're already giving up on that, or that's not looking good, then you might feel like the Bills got nothing for making that trade. That's never been my problem with the trade. I've always thought that trade was more about just doing a deal with Kansas City in the first place. I would just never do it. They would be on my blocked calls list.
Right. You just don't even pick up that phone call at the draft.
But if you do play that game, Carter's not making it look great. Again, we definitely don't do it with the Mahomes trade. And that's mostly because Allen has become so amazing.
Right.
And right now, I mean, you saw it a lot this offseason. You got people ranking him above Mahomes. So that, I think, helped that. If Allen didn't become Allen, then maybe it would be every day in here. I'm not sure. And nobody brings up that they traded away the pick for Jefferson. Again, why? Diggs was amazing for 4 years.
Right.
Sure, now you might rather have the other guy, but no one's worried about it because you got what you wanted out of that deal. This one, I wonder if this one becomes different. because this might be one where you don't get what you want out of it. But it hasn't happened yet, and I think part of that is there still is a belief in Coleman.
Right.
That,
I agree.
in the Mahomes trade, you got what you wanted out of it. You got Josh Allen, and you got a bunch of other stuff in, coinciding moves after. In the first-round pick for Diggs trade, sure, you didn't get that guy, but you got what you wanted. You got the elite number one receiver for 4 years. In this instance, what did you want? You wanted a really good receiver, like they did, but I want something else on top of it that's going to make me better by trading up and getting this defensive tackle. And you could still get what you want out of that. Carter could even still become something.
Right.
But it's kind of the same thing. Worthy can be good all he wants. If Coleman becomes a real player for the Bills, nobody will care.
No. Nobody will even
Nobody
remember
will
it.
care.
And that's how it always goes. If it works out, everybody forgets about what you did wrong or what people perceive as you doing wrong.
Even if you would rather have the other side
Exactly.
in a vacuum.
You'll just forget about it because you're
Right.
like, I got the good thing. It's shiny. I'm cool. We're good. Whereas in this kind of situation, like where Coleman is where he's at, where it's not looked, great yet. He's had a good camp from what everybody's said.
Yep.
But it's not translated onto the field just yet for him. Then people think about it. And that's why I think we get one call about it today, which is more than we would ever get about it any other time.
In a year.
Right.
Right?
Exactly. And so I think because of that, it just illustrates your point that you're just not – people will forget about it if it works out.
Right.
If it doesn't, it will stick with you.
The trade does still annoy me, though. I won't. It's just not for these reasons.
Right.
It is because of doing a deal with Kansas City and giving them what they wanted, which was Worthy. And I don't think it was guaranteed they were going to get Worthy otherwise. That's why they're calling you. They're calling you because they don't think they could stay there.
I doubt that their first thought would be, all right, let's see if the Bills will do it. They probably tried with other teams first and saw, nobody's hitting. I guess we got to try with Buffalo and see if they'll do it. And they did.
Right. McConkey also.
Yeah, that's the one that burns to me the most.
Yeah, I
he's
know.
Awesome.
What? Looking back on that for a moment, because that's not. It's always Worthy versus Coleman. Worthy versus Coleman. McConkey's the best player of the three, easily.
Yeah.
And he goes last of the three. We talked about him a lot, right? Like he was on our board in here. He was on the wide receiver big board. That was always met with, well, I've got Shakir here, and McConkey's probably a slot guy.
Right.
And he was. I mean, you look at last year, he played 65% in the slot. He had the sixth most slot snaps at receiver in the league last season. And this year, there's a little bit of a belief that they'll do more with him on the outside because when they did put him outside last year in that 35%, it went well. So maybe they do more of that. They brought in Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's not playing outside anymore. So McConkey might go out there. And he looks like, he was on the NFL's top 100 list, if you care about that. He put up crazy good numbers. And he's never brought up. It's always Worthy versus Coleman. But McConkey is the one that if you could, in a magic wand, you could go back in time.
You're picking him.
That's the guy you want. 100%. He's awesome. He gets open relentlessly. He's great after the catch. I expect him to be a great receiver for a long time in the NFL. And Coleman and Worthy, I would more be around they'll probably be pretty good.
Yeah, they'll be all right. They'll be players probably. But I think McConkey you can see becoming a true number one, and I don't know that Worthy or Coleman are really destined for that.
Would you think, here's a question, will Keon Coleman ever have the stat line in a season that McConkey just did? Ooh. So, in his entire career, 1 year, he's only got to do it one time. Will Coleman ever have a year like McConkey did last year, which was 82 catches, 1,149 yards, and 7 touchdowns? He doesn't even have to do that to be a good player.
No.
And I probably would say he won't get to that.
I would bet he'll pass that touchdown number maybe even this year.
Sure,
but I don't think he's going to catch that many balls. I just don't think he's going to do it. It's his style, unless they transition him to a little more sort of short yardage stuff like we talked about on Friday, right?
Big slot.
That's in that world, I could definitely see him doing that. Because if he's catching that's another 3 or 4 catches a game that are easier sort of receptions that he can make something happen with.
Yep.
I could believe it then, but I don't think the Bills are ever going to do that with him because of Shakir.
No, and I also don't think they need to, right?
Right.
Part of how McConkey gets so many last year is the Chargers had nothing else.
Exactly.
Well, they had Palmer. Palmer they had, but like Quentin Johnston was starting for them all year, and he was a disaster, so they didn't have much. Mike on a cell is next up. What's up, Mike?
Hey guys, I want to comment. We've talked in the past about Bean and drafts and stuff like that, but one of the things that bothers me is the lack of impact free agents. I mean, think about when's the last time that we picked up a free agent that became an impact player. We've whiffed on Samuel, we whiffed on Sherfield, we whiffed on Hardy. The 2 defensive linemen that we just picked up in they're suspended for 6 games. When's the last? I mean, Mac Hollins. You can't really call him an impact player. He became a 5th wide receiver, but it seems like all these free agents that he picks up never really pan out, and it kind of boggles my mind.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I mean, they haven't had as much money to go after free agents in recent years, but it's a good question. No, I wouldn't say it's Mac Hollins. I mean, he led the team in snaps, but, what are we doing? We're not measuring receivers based on snaps. He had 378 yards. I don't want to go all the way back to Poyer and Hyde. It's so long ago now. You look around their depth chart and how many of their guys that are going to be relied upon this year were brought in via free agency. Like, we'll see what Palmer does. Connor McGovern has been a good interior lineman for them for a couple years via free agency. Taylor Rapp, to me, is just a guy. So, it's a valid question. You're hoping this year there'll be more of that. Bosa, Palmer, maybe Trey White coming back. I don't know what you want to count him as. But Vaughn would have been the answer. Vaughn was on his way to being that answer. And he's got hurt. And even last year, Vaughn last year, by all the pass rushing metrics, was their best. And he's unable to play first and second down, basically. But he did end up with 6 sacks in 13 games, playing a third of the snaps. So, if he had been capable of playing a full role, I mean, you were talking about a double-digit sack guy, even last year, after the injury. But, obviously, he was just so limited that I don't even know if I want to say he was the answer. It's a good question. You're hoping this year will give you the list. Like, who are their best recent free agent acquisitions? Palmer and Bosa. You'd want them to be number 1 and number 2 of recent years. Not going all the way back to like Poyer and Hyde. Extendo Sports when we come back, and then we'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR. Hey, join Khalil Shakir and Northtown Toyota for the Shakir Family Pet Adoption Event on Saturday, August 30th, this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Northtown Toyota, 1135 Miller Sport Highway in Amherst. Meet pets ready for adoption from local rescues, grab bites from food trucks. There'll be local vendors there as well, giveaways, raffles, live entertainment, all for a great cause benefiting Nickel City Canine Rescue, Awesome Paws Rescue, and Buddy's Second Chance. It's coming up this Saturday. There were some trades in the league yesterday. The Eagles made 3 of them. Howie Roseman is a dealer. Sam Howell to the Eagles. Didn't know he was even in Seattle.
Carson Wentz on the Vikings.
Carson Wentz. How is it? Well, I guess never mind. How is Carson Wentz not a starter in the league and Daniel Jones is? They're like the same person. The difference is Wentz has had his second opportunity and then his third opportunity.
I feel like Wentz was kind of more talented than... I guess Jones came out.
If Wentz didn't get hurt,
Wentz also,
I think this would be a drastically different conversation.
Wentz had a year that Jones never did. Now, he might have done it behind the best offensive line in NFL history, and then his backup came in and had the exact same efficiency. So that kind of would be the reason for that, but I mean, yeah, I guess the Colts is doing the same thing, isn't it? Now Wentz is in Minnesota. And he probably never gets a starting job again.
No, he's got to be done.
He's going to be 33 during the season. Thought he was younger than that.
Yeah.
Like, was he ever good? Because I tend to think almost any quarterback on that Eagles team with that offensive line would have been awesome, and we saw that literally proven true in the playoffs.
I'm a huge Carson Wentz guy, so this is tough for me because
You just like him because you look like him.
Well,
doppelganger. That's it.
It's part of it, maybe.
Hey, is Nate dodging our race here or what? What's up with the 40-yard dash here?
Yeah, Nate's not feeling the 40-yard dash right now.
That's tough.
I think that means the win goes to you.
No. I don't want to buy forfeit. I got it. We'll get maybe combine season. Maybe some point during the fall.
We also had a chatter.
I also didn't have the right shoes on, so I'm partially to blame. I guess I'm wearing Jordans today, so I guess I could have ran in that. They're not perfect.
Great.
They're not perfect for
We
it.
had a chatter right in that was very upset with us that we didn't already know this, but Jordan Phillips was drafted 52nd overall.
Oh,
so that is why
makes
he's
sense.
wearing 52.
I mean, you think I'm walking around knowing the exact pick is
from 10 years ago? I know. I said the same thing in the chat. I was like, sorry for not memorizing the draft order for the Miami Dolphins.
Right, if he was a Bills pick. No, we don't really remember the exact picks though. We remember the rounds.
Right.
What was Coleman?
But you would have known what round it was and been like, that could have
second
been
round.
52's around.
Right.
Around there.
We know Miami. So
How many?
That doesn't even work.
How many Bills would you know the exact pick of? Allen's.
Right.
7. Although, how many Bills fans even know that one?
That's a good question.
Maybe Trey White. What was that? Like
27.
27.
Yeah.
First round guys are easy. Anything past the first round, no chance.
Coleman is kind of easy with
33.
Was James Cook 61?
I don't have that.
62.
62.
I think. I don't know why I know that.
That's interesting.
James Cook. Might not find it in time. Extra point show's on the way next. James Cook, 63. We were both wrong.
So
we need to go one more up. Like, what was Osiris Torrance's number? You know what? Let's get rid of rounds. I'm done with rounds.
Just overall?
Yeah, it just messes up everyone's perception of values of picks.
Yeah. First round, I feel that is especially
Whereas
true.
a 30th pick feels so much more valuable than like the 37th pick.
Right.
When in reality, they're so much closer than like 30th to 10th. Let's get rid of rounds. It's easier to dissect, right?
Yeah.
Whatever. All right, that'll do it for us today here on WGR, for me at least. The Extra Point Show is on the way next, so stay tuned for that. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll talk tomorrow on Cutdown Day here on Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy will be back tomorrow morning, and this is WGR.